You ready?
No.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and get started. Just to let you know, first of all, this is the book that the schedule we'll be using is in here. The agenda for the day is on page 1. And I guess, Mayor, do you need to call us order, or how do you want to do that?
Let me get my little books so I can follow along.
I'm fine.
All right. At this time, we're calling our special meeting, our budget retreat to order. I welcome everyone. Looking forward to a great day, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Hall.
Okay. Start off with, we're going to have Casey Terry, who's the director of Camp Rockbed. He's going to come up and tell us a little bit about the camp, what we're doing here, welcome us, and some house rules.
Good morning, everyone. I am the new guy, if you will, at Camp Rockfish. A couple things you want to know about me that I hope to give you. It's good to meet you. I didn't get to meet everyone.
Nice to see you.
I didn't get a chance to say hello to everyone. Good to meet you. Don't want to take a lot of your time here, but I'm glad that you're here. Fundamentals about Casey. I believe that camp is a place for community development, advocacy, mission, and progress. I was a middle school science teacher for 10 years, and so everything became an acronym. As public servants, you might know what some of those acronyms for you are, but I just want to say I'm honored to be here to support you. Whatever your mission, ministry, whatever your call to leadership in Hope Mills and certainly the surrounding communities, I would love to help Rockfish be a great partner for you. I understand Hope Mills and Rockfish have a great relationship already, so I certainly want to bolster that. I want to be an advocate for what works together, but you also get a unique opportunity. I've been here for a month, and I'm learning, terrain. I'm learning, where the good restaurants are. I'm learning where the best, auto places are. I'm learning all kinds of stuff. So please, I'm opening my door to say, I do have an open door policy, and please give me as much information as I can, because I want to be successful for you. Your success becomes our success.
And everybody at Town Hall in Hope Mills.
So, and definitely, I want to be, my charge here, my appointment here is to be in the community more than I am on site. So I really love to come, meet with your groups, and continue any conversations about how we can be an advocate for you. As far as house rules, I appreciate you bringing that up. If you haven't found the restrooms, there's the ladies' room over here, and the men's room is over there. We are having a separate group that's coming through today, and I am, if you saw me, I'm kind of in between my own mask wearing. I would just ask, if you have a mask and you feel called to leave it. I'm trying to protect my kitchen staff. We have, 150 kids coming later today, and they're a little bit, we as a staff, and me as the leader, is going through my own learning curve with comfort. And so I'm trying to look forward to our spring season and our summer season, and I want to make sure my staff is kept safe. So if you have one and you can, and you go get food, especially if there's intermingling of groups that you don't normally interact with, I would just ask you to consider it. And it's not a mandate anymore, so it's just something I would advocate for. Is there anything that you know that you need? I'm learning really quickly some of the infrastructure issues that we have as a camp that we could do better at. So as you go through your day, if you notice anything, I would love to have that feedback. And I will do my best to get those implemented. Thank you for your time. And again, my prayers with you today will be that you have a productive and informative day for one another and an empowering day for yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So I guess I just want to start out, again, thank you for being here. If everybody's wondering who this young lady is, it's Ivy McLaughlin. Schofield. Great names. She is from the Fayetteville Observer. She's been there 2 weeks. Less than a week.
Wow.
So she, this is technically a public meeting, and so she's here just to observe what we do. This is my first budget session with all of you. And Drew's been through this rodeo a few times with the town, so other than that, Jay, do you have anything you want to add?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're recording.
We are recording.
All right, we're live.
So we'll turn it over to Drew to kind of walk us through the.
Okay, the first thing we've got, and we're just going through the list here on your schedule, is the CIP overview. All of you should have a copy of the new CIP. Just finished it this week, and it's pretty much a laundry list of all the projects that we are either currently underway or would want to do in the future. So if you turn to page 2, that's a list of all the projects that we have that we would like to do over the next 5 years. And if you notice, the total is $51 million. There's no way we can do all these projects. We'd love to. If funding presents itself, we'll definitely do them. A lot of these projects are already, some of them are underway currently. Some of them are being funded by the state budget funds that are coming in. Some of them possibly could be used for some of the ARP funding in the future. But for right now, it's just a list of things we would like to do in the next 5 years. There's no way we're going to be able to do all of these in the next 5 years. But it at least keeps it on the list, keeps it in our mind. If a grant opportunity comes up, a lot of times the first question on the grant application is this project in your CIP? And we can click, yes, that is in our CIP. It's a project priority for us. So we're not going to take time to go through all the projects that are in here. There are things either y'all have submitted or staff has submitted in the past that we would like to do coming up in the next few years. And we are going to focus on some of the current projects that we have going on today. Do y'all have any questions about the CIP or the process or how we do it? These projects are not in stone. The CIP is not approved by the council, it's accepted by the council. If it was approved, we'd have to treat it like the budget. If there was any changes, we'd have to amend it. If something comes out or something wants to go in, we gotta pull something out. And usually, if it's approved, that means you have funding set aside to do a lot of them already. And most of these do not have funding. So, as of today, you're just accepting the CIP. And this will be available online next week for anybody else that wants to see it. Any questions on the CIP, the process, or anything with that?
Ma'am, do we, when we make a proposal for something to staff, is that particular item or line item for that project? Or is it just, okay, let's say like the church, you know, if we dedicate funds to that or project, that they have a line item.
The things in here don't necessarily have a line item unless we approve funds in the budget. And so any project that we're going to do, if it's a mid-year change, we bring a budget amendment to the council, we add the revenue source and the project itself. The only ones that are in the CIP that are currently have a line item or in the budget are either current projects we're doing right now.
Now, one question, clarification purposes, like the Chapel Restaurant, is in the CIP.
Right, that's a current project that's going right now.
Right.
Mhm.
And so I'm just interested in knowing how do you prioritize what we're moving forward in this budget?
So on page 32, so you see the chapel bathroom. A lot of times, the layout of Drew's format is prior years, current year, and future year budgets for 5 years. The earmarking for future years is when we try to slip that into the city's budget. However, these are generally, a lot of these projects haven't been scoped or engineered, they're just estimates.
Right.
So on this one, it spells out what the previous, I mean, obviously, LaMarco's been doing a lot of work with the architects, so we have more precise figures. But that would go into, if you look at the document, 2021, 22, the current year, it's got 185,000 budgeted, and then the other 77 next year. So that's proposed to be in progress this year, and obviously with timing issues.
Right, and actually, that's one of the projects we're going to be discussing later today.
Okay.
But, so in general, you know, a lot of these issues, they may not ever get done.
Right, no, I got that piece understood, but I guess what I'm saying is, let's say that funds fall out of the sky. Bam. how would you determine, do you have them already identified, what would be first priority, second priority, something?
Right, and see, that's where y'all come in, and that's why we're at this meeting today.
Okay.
I don't know if you remember back in January, every year in January, I request from the council, what are your priorities?
Mhm.
What are some things that you want to see
Right.
over the next few years, that may or may not even be in this book? If they're not in here, and it's something that you want to see, then we try to get it in here, get an estimate,
Mhm.
see, a timeline, when we can possibly make that happen, how much is it gonna cost, what year do we think we can plug it into? Are there things available for this? All those different things.
Mhm.
So, but this year we decided to focus on not necessarily new projects, but completing the current projects that we have.
Mhm.
So another way to look at it too is, because the mayor with the legislative team was talking about, hey, what are your needs? The $5.4 million worth of projects were on this list.
Mhm.
And then, Don and staff typed up some narratives, provided the mayor, and that money didn't just fly out of the sky, but it's, 5.4 million, and we would have probably not gotten to for several years, is now funded, and those projects are on our to-do list, and in next year's budget.
Those projects actually came out of this meeting from last year. The mayor had it set up where the following Monday after this meeting, we met with our representatives and we had a meeting. I don't know who plans 8 o'clock meetings in the morning, but she planned an 8 o'clock meeting first thing Monday morning. So anyways, we went in there and presented to all the representatives, the results of what we discussed at this. And I think almost everything that we presented to them, they found a way to fund it in the state budget. We're working on those projects now.
And a lot of that's just the national federal money that's coming down. That's highly unusual to get that. I mean, the legislature in our county did $400 million worth of projects this year. That's not a normal thing that ever really happens there.
First time for, but we have
It's great for us because it knocks some of our priorities off, but it's, had it not been on the CIP generally, we wouldn't have that information to provide them to get that off.
And the reason why I asked that question, Brian Bruce probably knows, Joanne, in the military, you come to me and tell me what you want and what you need, and it's my job to make sure I find the funding to make it happen. So that's why I asked that question, well, how you prioritize what is gonna be first if it comes up on the radar.
So for municipal budget though, before we even look at our budget, roughly about 90% of all funds are already taken up. Staffing, fixed costs, insurance, and so we really don't have a lot to play with without bonding or additional debt or some type of other mechanism.
Right.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so any other questions about the CIP? No.
Not a question, it's a comment under Public Works, where you've got road improvements at $1.2 million. CIP is a 5-year plan, and that $1.2 million is an annual, that's the expectation off the Powell bill. So it should actually be $6 million for 5 years. Two.
What's it doing, Don?
That $1.2 million is the annual expectation off of Powell bill funding.
Right.
And the CIP is a 5-year, so for 5 years, our expectation would be $6 million.
Right.
And we get roughly 400,000 in Powell bill, and we're supposed to match it 3 times of our own money. A lot of, hardly anybody in the state does that, but the expectation is we spend 1.2 and get our 400,000.
Our match to the Powell bill funds is essentially our street department, so it kind of does count as a match.
I think the staff has done a good job of keeping up with the Powell bill projects. There's only a certain time of year that work can be done because of the weather. So I think that Don and the staff over there has done a great job keeping us prepared ahead of time to know what streets will be covered under the Powell bill. A lot of people think that we can do Rockfish Road. We can't. We can't touch a street that's not in the city limits. So it's important that McKinney and them inspect a project, a new development, that the streets in that development will meet our expectations and our requirements. We can't go with the state requirements because they're not as strenuous as our projects are.
It might be a good evolution for us to have like a work session specifically about what our inspections and needs are for streets, because that's probably one of our most pressing issues and costs. So we could try to do a work session separately just on that at some point. So last year, apparently, we had a presentation on that.
All right, any other questions on the CIP? Wonderful reading, if you ever need to fall asleep. All right, move on to page 2. This packet here. I've got a brief financial update. And usually by now, I'm starting to get figures from the county about property tax estimates for next year. I have not gotten anything from the county yet. They've had some turnover and they've had some software changes, and I'm hoping I'll start getting them soon. So what I did was I took the last 2 years and did an average of what our growth was in property taxes and just did an estimate based on that, since I've not gotten anything from the county yet. So if you look, page 2 of this pack, the value of 1 cent of property tax increased a little bit. It came up from 121,000 to 125,000. So any, if there's an idea to increase property taxes or anything along those lines, 1 cent of tax increase equals 125,000 of property tax. So for instance, 4 cents would be $500,000, that sort of thing. The estimate for next year's property taxes is 5.078. We're breaking that $5 million, hopefully next year, if the estimate remains as it is, we'll break $5 million for property taxes, and it's only an increase of about $100,000. We talked about this last year, how the property taxes, there's not a lot of growth in it, because back in 2018, when they did a revow, property taxes actually went down. It would have been nice if the county commissioners had decided just to forego, not even have evaluation, instead of letting it go down. But it happened, it went down, so we're pretty much stuck until 2025 with a 2017 rate of tax assessment that was lower than it was before. So how that equates into our growth is, if we have a new fast food restaurant built for $1.2 million, we're not getting that in tax value. We're getting about $850,000 in tax value because of the assessed value that they did in 2018 was lower. So we're not getting full value of all the new growth in town. I talked to Ken about it. I personally thought that was a little backwards in how that worked, so I called another couple of counties where I know there's somebody in their tax department, and they said, that's done statewide. The problem is yours went down. If it goes up, you get that growth, you get that full value, you get that new amount. But if it goes down, you're kind of stuck with that to the next valuation. So we haven't had a lot of property tax growth in the last few years, but I'm hoping in 2025 that next valuation, things should change. Values are going up significantly, and we're not getting any, we're not getting a lot of growth from it.
But are we getting the growth from the new homes that are now occupied? Because like, Blacks Bridge and Georgetown, places that are, a lot of growth real quick, is that, are we seeing that as, you know, is that where we're getting that additional $100,000, or is it, you know, because we have had a lot of homes since, even last budget year. I'm just,
But it's not coming like,
We're
I
not
mean,
getting full
homestead
value.
this year, they don't hit till the assessment. So they're usually a year or two in the year.
Okay.
So you're not, you know, all the stuff we're building this year, it won't hit till what, next?
Well, it's value in January, and we'll get it with the tax.
which one was being built last year?
Right.
But, I mean, we should already have some growth from all those houses that were built and occupied.
Yeah.
So there should be some growth anyway, and that value, those homes will be valued at the
The
property
good
taxes
thing,
paid on them.
each new home, just say it's still $300,000, property taxes, what,
$300.
Did you just as point of reference, did you get this, from November 12th, 2021? Surely I wasn't the only one that got it.
yeah, I get those.
Okay, because that was what I got as far as
Well,
the,
what those are, they're the current year,
okay.
what I'm waiting from the county is
It's
the
the
next year.
projected year, okay,
And I've gotten that yet.
okay.
So these could, I'm hoping these are low, because I'm very conservative on the estimate, so I'm hoping once I start getting them from the county, they'll be higher than this. Motor vehicle taxes, small increase there. Recreation tax, small increase there. Sales tax is where a majority of our, revenue increase is coming from. I know, even though the economy went down for a while during, the pandemic, our sales tax increased throughout the whole time. People still kept buying what they needed to get. Now, even with inflation, I haven't seen the effects on, since that's just started like the last few months, as far as prices getting a lot higher, but we'll see what effect that has on it. But right now, my estimate for next year is 4.6, which is about $313,000 more than what we budgeted last year.
And then and nationally, you want to project low, you want to have your estimate like, oh, we're gonna make, 4.6 million. Because if something happens and you base your budget on that, and then like in 2003, we were 13% short nationally. Not a big deal if your budget's $2 million, but if your budget's $100 million and you need $1.3 million, we saw a lot of, Chancellor was involved in Atlanta, how many employees are those? 2,000 some employees? 2,700 employees. So you don't want to forecast and fall short.
Yeah.
But you also don't want to base your budget so heavy that you spend more than you generate. So you want to be conservative in your estimate and strong in keeping your budget.
We don't want to max it out.
It's hard because most places end up having, hopefully you have surplus and you don't take out of the reserve. So the town here is historically, from looking at the past budgets, they had an estimated reserve depletion. And I don't know what page you have that on. What page did you have the reserve usage? Remember that?
Yeah,
It's in there, but
I didn't put it in there.
two or 3 years ago, there were 3 years in a row where they depleted it like, what, 500,000-600,000?
Yeah, I don't know if y'all remember, I know the mayor probably does, I think Marlon was on the council back then. When I first got here, they put over $1 million back into fund balance. And, being my first year here, I thought, why is there so much money going to fund balance? And we were taxed, what's going on? But what happened was we had a lot of approved projects that were funded that never got finished. So we set out to get those finished. So the next 3 years, we finished a lot of those projects. So we used fund balance. So that $1 million we put in fund balance over the next 3 years, we pretty much spent it. So we had to spend out of fund balance those funds to finish those projects. Last year, we had an increase in fund balance. This year, I'm projecting to have an increase in fund balance, and that's what you want, especially when we talk about later going into the bond market, the possibility of that. You want that, not a ton of money going into fund balance, but you do want some to be able to go in there, because that's going to be your growth in order to either take on new debt or new projects going into the future.
Yes.
One thing that's been on my mind all week, and every time I look at the TV screen and I see it, is the increase in fuel costs. I know our police department and fire department has a tremendous amount of money they have to have. Is that covered in this budget, the fuel increase, or where's that gonna come from?
Well, the current year's budget was pretty much based on historical cost of fuel, not over $4 a gallon worth of fuel. So if we start seeing toward the end of the year, if you see a budget amendment come to you to adjust the budget some for fuel, we'll need you to approve that. And next year's estimate for fuel is probably going to have to be a little higher than this year.
Yeah, we got caught in that 3 or 4 years ago where fuel prices went through the sky, and we had not prepared for that at the
Right.
time.
So for budgeting purpose, though, this is a budget, and so
Right.
let's say it's 100,000 instead of 60,000 for the police department. if you're budgeted 60, you're gonna have a 40,000 in the red. And that's, you know, it's explainable, hey, the prices went up, and we didn't budget appropriately, and that line item for that department needs to figure out how to extend that cost, or we need to transfer money in as a budget amendment to cover that.
We see it coming because we had a budget shortfall with the county for the veterans. And I didn't realize it until I started calculating the numbers, last month. I said, what the hell? You know, excuse me. But I had to go in and request an increase.
Yeah. Most of the budget amendments that I bring to y'all are where we're adding something to the budget, where it's a project, or, you know, we had an estimate for a project, actual numbers came in, it's a little bit higher. Different things that, or it's a council directive that you want to do something and we have to bring it to you for approval. But if it's gonna be something operational wise that has to come to y'all, I'm hesitant to have to do a budget for operations.
Right.
But this fuel price could be that we may have to do that before the end of the year.
When the department heads and we sit together, we'll have a projection on gas for this year.
But I'm working on the current year now, as far as estimate out the rest of this year, and then also gathering the information from the department heads, what they're gonna request for next year. So you'll be getting that.
I think it's,
The schedule is usually the first week in May is when you get your copy of the proposed budget. Okay.
I just want to thank you guys for staying on top of stuff. I think I can speak for the whole board when I say this. We depend on your projections to help us through. I mean, you guys know more about that than we do. We're just ordinary citizens. So thank you to the whole staff, all of you.
All right. And then the last thing on the finance part, you've got a copy of the current debt schedule. The only thing that's on here that's a proposed is the USDA public safety one, which is of course the largest one there. That has not happened yet, but this is the estimate of what it could potentially be when that project is finished. So if you look, the 22-23, that 209,000 interest only is the construction loan interest. That does not have to go to the general fund. That's part of the project and will be funded by the USDA loan. So if you remove that from it, we're still under about $800 and some odd $1,000 for total debt for the budget coming up next year. The year after that, those first 2 years that we have to take on the public safety debt, if you see it goes over $1 million, 1.4, and then I think it's 1.15 something. Those we are going to have to absorb into the budget to get that paid for. And I think we can do it with some of our growth that is coming up. So we committed to that several years ago. And if you've noticed, we haven't added a lot of debt since then in preparation for this. And if you look after that, pretty much 5 years out, we've got no short-term debt. If you look at this schedule, the only debt we have will be for that public safety center. So when we're talking about the bond referendum coming up, all of our short-term debt is gone. We could do another bond referendum, do some more long-term debt, and get a lot of these projects in the CIP. Hopefully done, especially Parks and Rec and streets is what we're looking at. So we'll be presenting that this afternoon. And then the two debts at the bottom are the stormwater funds. They do not affect the general fund, they're funded through stormwater.
Yes, in 24-25, your $383,000 payment on the dam falls off. That's the last year's payment. That helps a bunch.
It's good.
Okay, any questions on that?
Know that I have a question of interest. I noticed the police and fire department have 2 different colors of roofing on it. They're both red, but one of them is bright red and the other is dull red.
So that's not the final roof.
That's just storm, it's just a water vapor protection.
Okay.
The metal roof is gonna start next week. It's silver.
That question has been addressed to me 5 or 6 times in the last few weeks.
Yeah, that's not the final product.
Yeah.
There'll be a metal roof.
Yeah. All right, you good there?
Good there.
Okay, now we have some exciting news for you. I know you said no new projects, but this is a project that is needed and is discussed a lot at the last several town meetings. If you look on starting on page 4 or page 5, you've got, that is from the master plan of the municipal park. And I blew it up just to highlight the section of the parking lot behind Town Hall and the Parks and Rec Center.
The next page is way clearer.
Yeah, actually this page right here first.
Okay.
Matches what's on the screen. This is from the master plan for the municipal park upgrades. And the last several meetings, we've had a lot of comments of parking behind Town Hall for certain events and different things. This is the concept that McAdams came up with for the new changes to the municipal park. Once the sports complex is built at the golf course property, then we would focus on municipal park. But I think the time has come that we need to go ahead and focus on just this aspect of the parking lot, right here behind Town Hall and the Parks and Rec Center. So that's what the master plan has showed. If you turn the page, you'll see what we've got a potential engineered design that we can do behind Town Hall. And what we can do is, I've got permission from USDA, we can attach this project to the Public Safety Center. We do have enough contingency reserve sitting there that we can absorb the cost of this parking lot into that project. So it's funded through a loan that we already had. Originally, when we were going to do that project, we wanted to include this with it, but when we got the original estimates for the project, we didn't think we'd be able to afford it. The bids came in low, so we had that extra money there. So now, going back, we can say, okay, well, let's get an estimate on this and combine it with that project. So it's not a project that the town staff will have to oversee. We'll still look at it and make sure it's right. But it will be bid out through Gleason, the construction company doing the project. It will be done with phase 3 of the public safety project, which will be before the end of this calendar year. So it will be happening in the short term. There are plus and minuses to it. It fits exactly with what we have in the master plan. It does the least amount of property disturbance as far as the trees and the walkway and that sort of thing. It adds about 60 spaces. Well, we have 104 spots now. This one gives us like 100 and, that number's really small, 158, I think. So it does everything that we need it to do. And it falls within that master plan that we currently have. So right now, the estimated cost of this is going to be $500,000 to $515,000. And that's the engineer's estimate. Gleason, of course, has to bid it out. It could come back different than that, but we still have plenty of funds in order to do this and make this happen. If you look,
I think if we do this, it still leaves $1.9 million of reserve on the project.
I'll show you on the screen here some of the pluses and minuses.
This is the number one thing I've heard about.
I know this is a little blurry.
Since I worked here, this is the number one thing I get complaints about.
We hear it every council meeting. So here's Town Hall, here's the Parks and Rec Center. I know it's a little bit blurry, but you've got your copy in there. We've already got in the project was approved to redo the parking lot just behind Town Hall. But that's not extending any new spaces. It's just tearing up what's there and putting down new asphalt and cleaning it up a little bit. What this does is it has you coming in off of Park Drive, or Park Boulevard, I think it is. And instead of being a straight cut through all the way across, you wind up in the back parking lot. So it's kind of a speed and a cut through deterrent. So anybody, because once LA Priest is completed, you're not going to have people cutting through to avoid the stoplight at Rockfish and Gulfview. So now you wind up in the back lot. It does have, traffic flow that you can get through. It's got a reroute of the walking trail up here, and then the other thing that it does is your walking trail, we're going to have raised sidewalk hump, not speed bump, kind of a gradual hump with a raised sidewalk that cuts across both of them. So this will connect to the walking trail, come across, and if you see right here that red sidewalk that goes to the gazebo, it comes out right at the sidewalk, so it continues from the walking trail to the gazebo sidewalk. This one will cross here and be at the entrance of the Parks and Rec Center. The other thing it does is it moves this part of the parking lot over. So you've got a lot of open space around the entrance to the Parks and Rec Center. Right now, that entrance is part of the road, almost. And people are coming and going, and cars are there. Sometimes it's just not the greatest situation. So it allows for more space to either do landscaping, just something nice there by the entrance of the Parks and Rec Center. So this is something that we actually want to propose to y'all for approval today.
Done deal.
Well, I have a question. Now, with this, what will be, how complete will the parking lot at the, public safety building, how complete will that be before this starts?
This all gets done.
It'll be done simultaneously with that.
So where are we gonna have parking if these are?
That's the downside to this. While this is being constructed, we will not be able to use that parking lot. And it'll be from about possibly 2 to 3 months. So Marco has to deal with that.
And I've been talking to Max and Steve and Megan, you know, we gotta keep our programs going. So we just gotta figure that piece of it out, where parking is gonna, because for probably about, I don't know, 4 months, we're not gonna have access to a parking.
But probably 2 to 3
We'd be
months.
smack dab in the middle of basketball, soccer,
But you'll have all the parking that's over on the side.
and
And it might just mean we have to walk a little more.
right, and definitely have to have that conversation with Rockfish about getting that parking lot.
And then it all comes down to, handicap parking spots for those who, you know, accessibility for those.
That's part of the design they do.
Right.
Well, they'll have new handicap parking spots, but I mean, you're talking about currently.
Currently, and for both
Yeah.
ends.
We're gonna just have to do some finagling.
They already did that though for our facility, with the expansion on the other end. That's already been done.
Isn't there handicap on that side too already?
On the other side of Parks and Rec?
Yeah, the new parking on, that's out back, and there's handicap out there too?
Yes.
So there's handicap out there.
They're just gonna have to travel a bit. Now, the new town hall parking lot will be completed. That people can use in front of town hall. So town hall is not necessarily the situation here, it's more Parks and Rec. And during this time frame, you know, council meetings at town hall, there won't be any parking out back.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
all right, this would be a turnkey project. You worried about turnkey costs, but no change orders, and once y'all execute, it's a done deal.
Well, we hope so. The only thing that would cause a change order to this is anytime you're digging in the
Right.
ground,
Oh,
you
yes.
find something that you didn't know was there, could be a change.
I know right now we're dealing with moving time, that we can see a price change for a lot of things now. I mean, be prepared because petroleum is a beast right now.
Oh, yeah, that's why I want to find this out
I
as soon as
just
possible.
had a conversation already with somebody the other day, but, once y'all make the recommendation, what y'all done already, and y'all, you know, you guys are the experts, and y'all tell us what y'all need to do to execute to make this happen, and, hey, processes and procedures, y'all got the plan in place? Hey, I say, let's do it.
And I know, where's one of the speakers said?
I had a question about the other end. Will that design impact the dumpster enclosures?
No, if you look on here, it's very hard to see. The dumpster outline is still on here. It's actually right where the,
Okay. I just wanted to make
where the
sure.
sidewalk cuts across, that dumpster's still there.
I just wanted to
And
make
it
sure
doesn't
it wouldn't
affect,
impact that truck being able to get in.
right, it doesn't affect where the future trailer could be put, it doesn't affect that at all. And then as far as, Lamarco, with your, I had them put on here, this is the first time they've seen this updated map.
Okay.
I had them put your maintenance path, a connection, I said, I wanted to show on here how to access your cross-rec maintenance.
They had another configuration, but it impacted the stormwater ponds, and it was a long stretch, so you still have that log jamming like you do when everything's full and people can't back up.
Mhm.
So with this, they have the circulation where there's gonna be enough spaces optimally, but you have that circulation, so you're not just stuck when everybody's full, you get jammed.
Commissioner Marley?
I guess it'd be a question for Drew or the managers, going on with, kind of like what Mr. Henry said. If this is a project that the board wants to move forward or approve, whatever, is there any way we can lock that price in now? I know you said it'd be done by the end of the budget, but by that time, the way things is going up, I don't want another price increase on this.
Right, once they bid it out and give us a price, that's the good price at
Yeah,
that
we
time.
lock
I
it
don't
in.
anticipate them doing
Well,
anything.
assuming that batch plan and everybody's.
Right,
Yeah.
what's that, there's a clause they can put in the.
It's called escalation clause.
The escalation clause,
Everybody puts that in.
I don't think they would put that in.
But we don't wanna come back and it be another $200,000 when they get out to do it.
It's possible.
We do cost plus contracts? We don't do those, do we?
No, that would be a contract exemption for.
Yeah, you won't, I'm sorry, yeah.
You will not get a contractor to sign a contract without an escalation clause in it.
Okay.
Not gonna-
I know, okay, I know, you know, I figure so, you know, I mean, because, you know, we do it all the time in government.
But one of the pluses is, this is part of the new facility. We don't project manage it, we don't do anything except for tell them, go ahead, yes, we should
Just
change
oversight.
order, and go ahead and do this part.
Just like,
Stephanie, go ahead.
so, just like Monday night with the bathroom project, when he said he could do it for that amount. Don't come back looking for money, cause there ain't none, and if we agree to do this, and we go with the price, I mean, I know there's an escalation clause, but it don't need to be an open checkbook clause, where they
Right, yeah.
come back and it's $1 million now instead of 500 and something. That's what I'm saying.
Right, if you notice, most of the changes we've done to the public safety building are requests that we had them change.
Mm-hmm.
Because once it started getting built, wait, I know it was designed that way, but we need it like this, we need to add this, we need to change
And we've
that.
asked,
There's been-
we've asked for most of the
Right,
changes.
there's been very few change orders that are developer driven in the public safety building. Most of them have come from our review and things that we want to change. So,
Our estimate is $5.15.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to tell if they paid in November and gas costs $11 a gallon.
Yes.
We're not getting asphalt.
Right.
I mean, that's just the reality.
No, you're right.
That's the way I do it. Can we not talk to them and kind of, you know,
Well, the problem
I
is,
just
they
feel like
can't
you
pay
need to bring in time, we're writing open checks here.
The problem with looking at it that way, sir, is if you wanted to do something like that, they would give you a bid on a $500,000 project, it'd be reasonable to see $1 million bid.
Yeah.
And if it only goes up to $750,000 and you sign $1 million contract, we're just overpaid by $250,000.
And I get all that, I just want to make sure we're not just,
I know, Brian, I know Commissioner Martin is saying, but I can tell you, Commissioner, from, when I was working the contractor side, that I would call someone at 2:00 in the morning and say, listen, I need this. But by the time I hang up the phone, I get another phone call, so I'm sorry, we can't deliver for that price. I now had another $20,000 to it because the guy that was gonna deliver to me has got a high price on the other side. And now we're competing with other, agencies and organizations to get things done, which is gonna create a problem. It really is, I'm gonna tell you right now, I see it coming because I've been here before. But we're right, we gotta get out as far ahead as we possibly can, lock it down, and hopefully we can build a relationship with those individuals that will kind of look out for us in the process. But, I mean, this is when you guys come in with oversight to make sure that we're being good stewards of the taxpayers' money.
Well, the part of the good thing is that we're now kind of into this,
Right.
into this inflation. So
Yes.
any bid that we get, we're probably going to factor in.
They're already gonna be mobilized to do our paving on the whole lot already.
That's a good thing.
So they'll just incorporate it to do more product,
All
and this additional addition.
And one thing too, for reassurance, I think this is kind of different from anything else, that the money, we have a contingency fund there. And we don't have to tell them that we have this contingency fund, but the idea is, it's not coming out of our general fund, it's not coming out of our fund balance, because we're already planned for this long-term cost. So this way, if for whatever reason the price escalates, then it can't escalate over,
Contingency, but we don't want a blank check out there.
we don't give a, and with Gleason knowing how we operate now, and with the change orders, and with Scott being very on top of the things that are happening, I think what will happen will be, they'll be conservative.
Yes.
They won't create us a bad problem.
For the cost of this, a 30-year payment, it's about $20,000 a year.
Mike?
On top of the additional fund.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just so that you understand a little bit more oversight, when you get a contract like this, you get three basics, lines or costs. You get your material costs, you get your labor costs, you get your overhead profit for the contractor. Whenever you get a change order, you get the changes to those lines. we know current climate, you know, if we know that petroleum products are going up 5%, we get a change order for 5%, that's in line with what the current economic environment is.
Yes.
So we can't control everything. We have a good idea whether somebody's trying to dip deep into your pockets, or if they're, you know, truly being in line with what the expectations are.
Okay. Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
what do we need to do to
Make a motion
move
to
forward?
approve this project.
Well, I like to, if it's okay with the board.
I have one more question. Now, with these parking spots, how many of them will be handicapped, just out of curiosity? Do you have an
I don't know
idea?
yet, whatever the requirements are.
I mean,
It's
it's-
related department.
For every 25 spots, we have to have one.
Yeah, there's a requirement we have to meet, that's a government statute.
Yeah.
And we'll ensure that we keep them down there as well on the end that we have now for the
Yeah.
Veterans Memorial.
And that was my concern.
Absolutely, we'll make sure.
If you look at this picture, they've already put the ones behind Town Hall because they already exist, they're already there. Since the Parks and Rec ones are changing, they'll have to designate where the new ones are.
They'll put them in per code, and then we can come in and adjust and add it.
Okay.
So this-
Okay, one more question.
The number of additional parks, do you have an estimate of the number of additional parking spaces?
It's about 60 new spots.
That's good.
And, it's really not a new project, it would be we'll bring you a contract amendment to the current project. So we just need a
It'll be a
consensus agreement.
Just
that you want-
expanded the parking lot we currently have for the
And
building.
if you have a consensus that yes, we should proceed, we'll go ahead and notify the architect.
Yes, make the motion,
I'd like
make the
to make the motion that we move forward based on the recommendation of the town staff that we need this project.
motion. Have a motion, have a second. Have a motion and a second, 2 seconds. Any other discussion?
Yes, I would just like to ask, will there be parking behind the police station while we're doing this project?
But that would be for the police department.
The problem is we only have one lift on the current paving project, and they're gonna do a final lift, which is when they're gonna come in and do all this work too. They're gonna mobilize and do all of the paving in the whole area. So it's gonna be a difficult time while they're paving, and then they'll have to stripe it, and it'll be a challenge, but no, they won't have like where we could park all over at the new building, and then this will be vacated, it'll all be vacated. So it's gonna be problematic for 2 months.
So when town staff and visitors, don't park, don't have to park at the ball field parking lot?
Possibly.
You know, it depends on how they mobilize it, they keep a section open and get it, the grade ready and compact it and work on that until we get to the park. They aren't just gonna shut us off completely, but it's gonna.
It's going to be inconvenient.
Yeah.
Construction, there's no way around that.
Everybody needs to be prepared to be inconvenienced, that's what you're saying.
And then
I
those
put it to that.
finish it.
I pay off, to include all parts.
But this configuration is a long-term benefit.
Yes, it really is.
Just adding on more.
Yes,
I've been
thank you.
busy trying to get extra parking spaces behind Parks and Rec, and I'm glad to see this project coming together. And it'll move over behind Town Hall as well.
Well,
So I'm getting more than I was looking for.
Okay, we haven't voted yet. All right, any other discussion? All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Seeing none opposed. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, next.
okay. Now, we're gonna turn it over to Beth from Stormwater. She's gonna give you an update on some of her current projects.
Okay. We're gonna start, does everybody hear me? We're gonna start with Lillian Place. So, Lillian Place has already been designed. It has already been awarded, and we are currently waiting to, give them a notice to proceed. They were working on getting materials, that was back in January, and the materials were supposed to be all, everything would be available by April. So we are just waiting to hear back from the contractor on that one. For those of you that don't know about Lillian Place, this is across from the Millstone. It's a cul-de-sac that the house that you see in the picture that's on here is at the bottom of the hill. That is roll curbing, so during heavy rain events, this person is experiencing some driveway and front yard flooding. I don't think they've ever gotten anything in the house, not even during Matthew, but over to the right-hand side where the trash can is in the picture, there is one inlet. We're gonna install 2 inlets, and we're also changing the curbing. It'll be a higher, more upright curbing so that it basically funnels the water to the basin. That pipe right now has been infiltrated by some kind of, I don't know, we don't know what it is. We've had it cleaned with a jetter, and they actually used a root head. It's like a cutting head that goes in there and cuts the roots, and it didn't push all the way through. So our only option would be to dig it up and try to clean it. And at that point, we probably damage the RCP. So this project was spec to put in the new HDPE pipe. So it is plastic pipe. Yep, and it's locked. It's got 2 joints that lock it so that it eliminates any type of vegetation from growing into the pipe at a later date. This project shouldn't last more than 2 months. We also opted, after Hurricane Matthew, this cul-de-sac had a, it's similar to steeplechase. We had groundwater pumping up through the roadway. So our trash trucks and other large delivery vehicles have really torn up that cul-de-sac. So we're actually going to go all the way back to the beginning where the street, right before where the bulb is for the cul-de-sac, and we're going to replace all of that asphalt. They'll put down new base, and their intention is to try to find the source of water, and if we can, we're going to pipe it into the storm drain box so that it no longer bubbles up there in the road. I will tell you that this particular area we know has springs. We do have them all over town. Sometimes they're there and sometimes they're not. We've been really dry, so most of the springs have stopped pumping. But once we get into a rainy season, I'm sure it'll start again. But this project is expected to be done before the fall of this year. Are there any questions on that? Okay, I'm going to move on to our master plan. It's the next page in your book. This is going to be funded with the state money. We initially asked for $300,000 to do this because we were not certain of the cost, and that's what it cost about 10 years ago. We opted to use the same company that did it the first time because we figured that an update through them would be less costly than doing an entirely new plan. It's not that our plan isn't good, it's the fact that it's 10 years old. So all the costs associated with the stormwater projects in the master plan are way far off. So that came in at a little bit less than $100,000. We have already gotten a quote from them, and we are just waiting right now to receive those funds to move forward. So this obviously will come before you guys at a board meeting. You'll approve that the funding through the state to move forward with the update. And this is expected to take probably 6 or 8 months. We're gonna do most of the investigation for them. They'll come out, have their engineers do some stuff, they'll rerun the numbers. We're probably gonna take out some projects, we may put in some new ones. So that should occur before that'll be done before the next fiscal cycle.
This was finished that area that we've been having problems with, right?
So are you talking about the master plan?
No, right here, you talking about the update stormwater master plan?
You're
No,
gonna-
just see the picture.
This is what the plan looked like in 2011.
Right.
So the new plan will be to revise this and update it to where we should be now.
It'll be a 2022 plan. So I don't know if you've ever seen our stormwater master plan, but it's basically, it is all the stormwater projects that we have within the town limits. And they're all prioritized, they all have a cost associated with them. And what they did was send out surveys back in like 2009, 10 to all the residents, and they compiled a complete listing of projects that needed to be done to keep us in a 10-year service level. With that being said, now that it's 10 years later, some of those projects are not even viable anymore. Some of them, I'll be honest, I've never seen flooding anywhere.
Okay,
So, you know, it depends on who you ask,
okay.
whether an area is flooding. I mean, if we get 2 inches of rain in an hour period, everybody's gonna have some type of flooding. But if it's not sticking around for more than 4 or 6 hours, then we wouldn't, 'cause that's localized flooding, and we can't stop that.
Understand.
You can't engineer that out. So this is just a book of stormwater projects that have been prioritized so that when the state funding comes available or we get, you know, a grant or something like that, we can say, this is in the book, this is the next one in the list, and we're ready to move forward with it.
Alright.
Now, the things that are in the book, they are not engineered, it's like a preliminary design. So they say this is what will work, but it's not completely engineered to the point of being ready for construction. So anything that comes out of this book, unless we do it in-house or we choose not to engineer it, which we typically don't do, we typically don't not engineer it. So we always want an engineered design because then we have something to go back on. The contractor has an actual design to go with. So once we get this updated, then when we have money available, we'll come to you guys and say, hey, look, we want to move forward with this one. This is what's been going on. Then we do engineer design and then move to construction.
Is there a way I can get a copy of the old one?
Yes, we actually have, we're getting ready to put that online, so that everybody can see it. That was one of the things during the state audit, they were like, why don't you look at it? Okay.
Mayor, Ms. Beth, what is the status on the Archer Road area over there? Are we through spending money on those sewers and things?
We probably will never be done spending money on Archer Road. So,
Next question.
we've done Archer 1 and 2. There's an Archer 3 and 4, and those projects in the 2011 book are upwards of $1 million. So I'm pretty sure we're at between 2, 2.5, maybe 3 for one portion. What we did over there was we did some extensive cleaning. Some of those drains were almost completely clogged, like in the middle section. And we actually have not had a complaint of flooding since we did the cleaning over there. They pulled toll bricks, a manual bicycle, and some other, one drain had, it was an entire trash bag full of 22-ounce beer bottles that came out of the drain. So I don't know if somebody was throwing them in there.
That's not my hair, this street.
Yeah, it wasn't on your side. So, we haven't had any complaints, but we haven't had any rain events either. So it could be one of two things. We are gonna continue, some of that state funding will be spent to continue the cleaning. We intend to do that every year. In the budget, we ask you all for a certain amount to be spent for cleaning, and then we basically keep track of the areas that are clogged or are looking like they're gonna get clogged, and we clean them on an annual basis to maintain that level of flow within the system.
I guess I shouldn't ask that question.
If you've got one, ask it so it can get answered today.
Well, I know we're spending a lot of money over there, and there's been a lot of money spent.
Stormwater is a lot like streets, old neighborhoods and previous design standards, it's just insufficient. And go back and do those, it's tens of millions of dollars easily, all of them. So we just kind of do the things to improve it as best we can. That's why it's so important that this whole team, in our design team, and Chancellor heading that up, is things are done to better standards and appropriately now, and we check them. It keeps us from having these kind of things in the future. Can't really change the past, but we accept it in neighborhoods and always want to do it.
One of my concerns is, I'm afraid that someone who has a problem with the flooding from these drains may file a lawsuit.
It probably would have some liability on the builder and construction, but the town, and the county and the standards.
Well, I know there would have to be a designer involved.
Pretty limited liability on that, there's some scope, but
On the neighborhood flooding, after Matthew and Florence, we developed and did a flooding map for the town and identified the neighborhoods in the specific areas that were prone to flooding, and that a lot of them were not necessarily creekside. So we concentrate on those areas to clean out and make sure that we are as well prepared, for storm drainage as we possibly can in those neighborhoods.
I know that some of the drain tile are put down on like 8-inch. Big calls for 8-inch, I like to see 12-inch. Over it a little bit.
Well, the standard for drain pipe is 15, the minimum.
The minimum.
The minimum is 15.
Well, I
But they
just use those numbers as a reference.
Right, but what they have to do
They
is
have to
when they submit
engineer
a
it.
design, it has to be engineered for flow, because you're allowed so much sheet flood on a roadway, statutorily, and then you have to have, that's where they design the bases and the piping would go.
I know during the last hurricane, we probably all had days that we couldn't go anywhere.
All bets are off during a hurricane.
We were cut off.
And the standard is, it's designed to drain within 24 hours. It's not made to not ever have water.
Well, when the Cape Fear River's up and the bridge, everything backs up from there.
It's hard to put a drain in under the water, isn't it?
Okay, the next.
I'm sorry it took us much
Okay,
time.
next.
Okay, so, one more item, and then I'll quit talking to you. So I would like to point out that the next thing that's on the list, Commissioner Marley has left me a love note that he has a hole in his yard, which we'll be fixing Monday. So, we were approached, I told you guys we had been cleaning pipe. We had a company that was doing it, they were doing okay, it wasn't great, but, there's not a whole lot of folks that actually do storm drain cleaning, they typically do sewer pipe. So, we found a guy, they're, out of Zebulon, North Carolina, and they only do small contracts, they don't work for large towns, they're on call. We actually use them, there was a sewer issue over at the Public Safety Building. They came in, I think they were there within a couple hours, responded, did a good cleanup, so we have now used them, but, the gentleman that we talked to, they have some new technology, and it's considered, Drew has referred to it as a stent, a pipe stent, which that is what it looks like. They call it trenchless repair. And it's kind of like they line the sewer lines, it's the same concept. But our intention is to not only clean some of the drain lines, but if you guys notice, we have sinkholes sometimes in the roadways or in people's yards, and it's due to the pipe separating. So there's a gasket in the pipe, and that gasket breaks down over time. So what we have had to do in the past is go in and dig up, and depending on the depth, you've got to go so far out to make sure it's safe. And sometimes we don't even have the equipment to go deep enough with our equipment, so we have to contract it out, which is extremely costly. It tears up people's yards, driveways, it's just messy, it's not pretty. So this gives us the option to actually go in and they'll clean the lines, and then they go in and they put this thing in and it blows up and it seals. Right now, they've been using it for a very long time and they haven't had one fail yet. So this also stabilizes that pipe if we have like shifting in the pipe. And then we can just repair from up above if we have a sinkhole in the road. But our intention is to make a list of these things. As soon as the state funding is available, we've actually already talked to this contractor about pricing and how we would do a contract with them. So that will come before you guys once the funding is available. And then we'll start giving it a try. I think what we want to do is probably do a day or two worth of repair and then just kind of watch it and see how it works out. But the cleaning is going to be an annual thing, as it has been for the last 3 years.
It's something, hey, I like that. It sounds like me, we call that a cost saving strategy almost. It really is.
Let's go to this time.
Are there any questions about that? Nope. Okay, you're done listening to me.
Any stormwater questions, or any questions on anything we've talked about so far? Okay, well, we're gonna take a 15-minute break. All right, we ready?
Okay, we start missing,
Let me shut up.
we're missing your partner, the market, right? All right, we're ready to start. We'll start back, welcome back to our next session. Turn it over to
We're gonna do,
Public
Don's gonna tell us about public works project.
Works, okay?
We're gonna cover the CIP projects, but I also want to intersperse some other projects that we have going on, so that you all have an idea of what we're taking care of under the umbrella of Public Works. So we'll start with the Johnson Street project. On Johnson Street, we have the right-of-way certification request has been submitted to DOT probably about 6 months ago, and we're still waiting on that certification. One of the issues that we have with right-of-way on Johnson Street is they're not finding on certain areas of it an exact delineation of the right-of-way. So what we had done when we did the engineering for it, there is a portion of the statutory requirements that says that if you have in this instance, a piece of land that's been used as a street historically for a number of years, then the assumption is that that street is right of way. So we went back to them and asked them, and that's why we brought the one-way street issue. Rather than trying to buy right of way and then we have to move utility poles and stuff like that, we used the footprint of the existing street, so we wouldn't have to do any additional purchasing for right of way and made it one-way street, and everything falls within the existing footprint, so we don't have to do any expansion there. But we are waiting on the certification from DOT on that. The railroad, they did reject the insurance from the league municipalities, and the league municipalities won't write one to the railroad because they are not a municipal entity. The CSX folks do have an umbrella policy that we can apply for, and there is, of course, extra expense to that, and they're $33,000 to $5,000. Flagging and engineering, CSX came back after the project was approved and all the engineering was done and added that. Their initial cost was about $121,000, it went up to $142,000, and we anticipate it's going to go up again in July. They're getting back and just, that's what they do. They'll refigure it and let us know. One of CSX's problems and issues is at the base of Johnson Street, they don't feel that there's enough room for a walkway across the railroad tracks and 2 lanes of traffic. And by the town standard, they are right. If we wanted to do that, we would have to add asphalt at the base of Johnson Street. I don't want to say a problem, but the one thing we need to be mindful of if we do that is that in order to do that, we have to purchase licensing from CSX for additional property in perpetuity. And then also the last thing we've got on that is the signals down there, depending on how the roads are laid out and traffic flow. Either way, the signals are going to have to change. We don't have an exact cost on that, and they're saying $30,000 to $40,000 as a minimum starting point, and depending on what traffic flow is, it will go from there. But all the costs from CSX, they will not give us we're used to contract pricing, they don't give us contract price quote, however you want to term it, until we decide, the decision is made, how the traffic flow and what that roadway is going to look like, and then they'll go back and look at the signals and everything else and tell us how much it's going to cost to make those changes on their side.
Did you share with him from FAMCO yesterday?
I think we shared with, Mr. Graham and Mayor and I, and their staff met, and we did a cost change for the TAC to do an additional $121,000 for the flag last year. And Hank, he was there a week when we did that, he was brand new. He said, in hindsight, he'd like to have, they're dealing with $18 million of fund reserve. They don't like to have these, $50,000, $200,000. He's like, we should have just done $250,000 or $300,000 instead of giving you $121,000. So they're gonna take it back to TAC at the next meeting and ask for like an additional $250,000 on the previous. So they'll do like, $300,000 or whatever to make sure we get more than enough. The thing is the town still has to do 20% of the match, whatever the actual true cost.
And then whatever we don't use, he said to overestimate, because whatever we don't use, we return to them. So we don't pay our final 20% until the project's complete. That way, you won't be having to keep coming back for money. He also kicked in the idea, and I don't remember the woman's name, that is with safety. And he said she's through DOT, but she has not had the contact with CSX. He said he would put her on that, because that way the chief could help as far as deciding maybe Johnson Street goes one way all the way to Main, since Main Street's gonna be connected with new pedestrian crosswalks, because they're looking at that project too, the Main Street project, how it's gonna impact that whole area down there when we put in the crosswalks and the change of the lanes and everything. But that was good news, I thought, yesterday, because he said he believed that she could get a more direct quote, because she actually works in those safety issues. So she'd be talking to him as a safety officer for DOT rather than the town or, the board or somebody else. Yes, ma'am.
Now, I'm gonna ask this again.
Okay.
What is the point of having this sidewalk going down Johnson Street, going to Trade Street? What is the whole point of it? What is the main reason why we want this sidewalk going down?
The main reason, and I guess Chancellor could answer to that, the main reason we started this whole proposal with sidewalk grants was our Southwest Cumberland Land Use Plan and the plan to do something on Trade Street.
Okay.
So the connectivity, so that you could walk from the park all the way down to the lake. And right now, the neighborhood kids from South Main, those other areas in there, have access to walking inside the interior instead of being on Main Street.
Well, here's the thing, and I'm gonna say this because I live in that neighborhood. Why are we gonna go from Rockfish Road, cut through a residential area to get over train tracks to get to Trade Street, when you have the main road where all businesses are on Rockfish, then you turn onto Main Street where there's more businesses that they would have visibility because you're forcing people to walk that way, versus cutting through a neighborhood that's residential and crossing train tracks that are unsafe. Yeah.
I'll say, and the mayor just spoke to this, you gotta realize the Southwest Plan was completed in conjunction with the community. And the recommendations of the Southwest Plan were utilized, and you gotta also realize that this project was utilizing the recommendations of the Southwest Plan well in advance of the plans being known about the widening of Rockfish Road. So at the time that this project was selected, the Southwest Plan recommendations, we're talking about pedestrian-oriented connections that can be made between the government complex where the park is, Trade Street, and the lake. And the safest route, based on the recommendations of the adopted plan that were done in conjunction with the community, called for connections off of Ellison Street, off of Trade Street, off of Johnson Street. These were specific routes identified in the plan. So I get how now with some of the delays and things of that nature, it looks like it may not have been the best idea, but those recommendations came from a series of very, very extensive conversations with the community, and those were the recommendations that were followed. I get how we may need to recalibrate, but that's what the mentality is.
Real quick. So, but if you talk with any of the people on Johnson Street, especially, Harriet Warren, whose house is right on that curve, she's like, I never wanted it, I don't want it now. Now you're gonna put a sidewalk, there's gonna be, there's no foot traffic down that road now. No one walks down there, because one, there's train tracks, no one's gonna walk across train tracks. And now you're gonna force people and bottleneck them on a sidewalk across train tracks, where it's already unsafe.
Well, I think she was in favor of it when it was first, because that whole community had to be surveyed. That when that was done through Southwest Kermit Land Use Plan. But the other side of that was by one way in Johnson Street, that eliminates that head-on at the curb, where that's been an issue. The other thing I think is important, that out of Southwest Kermit Land Use Plan, Mulder Street, where Mulder Street starts, there's a dead-end street there at the ballpark. Mulder Street was supposed to go all the way through to Johnson Street. The original gap, the original sidewalk was supposed to, where Mulder Street sidewalk stops, it was supposed to go all the way straight through to Johnson Street. And what happened was, for whatever reasons, they allowed Dr. Dean to shut down Mulder Street. So then when the Southwest plan was adjusted, they moved it up to, instead of stopping at Mulder, started at Johnson Street to go down, knowing that Bolt Drive was going to be extended all the way out. But see, what's getting ready to happen in Rockfish Road is to make that traffic circle for Dr. Dean is now. Bolt Drive is going to be your main way in and out. That's what they're hoping. And then where Newton Street is, Newton becomes a connector between Johnson and Hill. So it's going to be a change for everybody, but your neighborhood's getting ready to see the biggest change because traffic flow was considered on how to get you guys in and out, and it's inconvenient for the fire department because now these two traffic circles that were geared toward neighborhood input are going to affect Chief Hodges getting a fire truck out because of our, in other words, everything is played on each other, but the idea behind all this is safety. So I understand where you're coming from.
So if I want to, I'm going to jump in, for legislative priorities, councils change, boards change. This project, we spent $91,800 on.
Okay.
And previous councils, previous management, whatever, these projects take 3 to 5 years to get to the let stage sometimes.
Okay.
And this one's ready to pull the trigger on. We had some conflicts and additional money issues. It's really hard to get. There are several projects that have been delayed and not even started, like Main Street. And this one is at the point of fruition. Is it the best usage of our funds or not? It's debatable, right? Because you all have different opinions of that. The thing is it's one of the ones that we have been directed to get done, and our staff has spent a lot of time, and whether or not it's the best usage out of this whole book is debatable, but that's where we lie. And so, the best way to do it is to never get projects 90% developed and then pull them out and not finish them.
Right.
We should never have gone down that path, but hindsight, we didn't know Rockfish was coming. You're never gonna see streets like Johnson Street throughout the whole community that don't have the current standards with the new sidewalks. We're never gonna put sidewalks in all of the community, that's just never.
So and this is what I'm hearing is, so regardless of how any of us vote, because you already decide money is going to be spent on it, it's gonna go, that's how it sounded, is because we dedicate so much time and money, this project wants to go forward. It's like the dollar is driving the project regardless of whether or not it's a good idea.
The history we spent a lot of money and time to get here, whether or not that was a good or bad idea falls on those predecessors. It's up to this council to look at where we are and to determine what to do.
There you go. Can I say something? You just said exactly what I was thinking. Look. Public Works. You guys, the walking steady, all that stuff. That's why I said before, put together, tell us what, hey, this is what we recommend, bam. And seriously, make a decision based on that recommendation, seriously. Because we would be kicking, that's true, this one, these cans are kicking down the road.
Yeah.
We done dent the hell out of it, excuse my language. But really.
Of course they're gonna say yes, because they already threw money into it. So of course, because now it'd be considered a waste, so why would they not say yes?
I guess part of the thing to consider is 80% of it is not our money.
Okay.
So it's a match, and is it the best project out of all the other stuff we still have to do? Maybe not. But we're at that point of pulling the trigger and getting it done. And again, it's, you know.
Answer the question.
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
for a long time being on the board, I've heard walkable communities. Like Chancellor said, when this plan was done, this was the recommendation that the citizens, the majority of the citizens wanted to see. I still think, you know, the whole idea was to get from Gulfview to the lake on a sidewalk with the school being there, you know. And when the Rockfish Road project's done, they're gonna take a sidewalk all the way to Main Street as well. So we can cover that whole block, build a sidewalk, that whole block. And I've had some phone calls too, and I understand people saying, you know, about the traffic pattern, they don't want one way, they don't want this and that. But when they put a median down Rockfish Road, when they come out at Johnson Street, Rockfish Road, they're not going left, they got to go right to the stop sign, so it ain't going that. I mean, you know, I understand it's going to inconvenience them people because they're used to going in and out. But, I think for a 20% match, we can get a whole lot more sidewalk with this Rockfish Road project, make those communities that are walkable. And yes, we've spent a ton of money in it, and I agree with what the mayor said. Is it the best project 10 years ago? Yes, maybe not, but it's the same thing, we're pot committee. So all the money we spent, all the time, the man hours, everything that's going into it, if we stop now, it's for nothing. And I just think it's gonna be a better community by doing it.
Also, I want everybody to understand too, the main underlying reason for those recommendations of Southwest Plan is the severe lack of parking in the Lake and Trade Street area. So while we're trying to solve that issue through the connections, sometimes we may need to start looking at some of these areas and seeing where we have opportunities to increase parking in those areas to soften that up. But I think that's what led to those recommendations, because 13 years ago, all you had was First Citizens Bank parking.
Right.
I don't even know if that was in place.
Well, and they were thinking the number, they did it, and I don't remember the numbers, but everybody that lives Eaglewood, Gulfview, Brightmoor, and your neighborhood, South Main, how many people that impacted that could park their cars and walk? Because they were saying that the connection from, and that's where that, if you remember, there was also something put out there, which some of the staff remember, there was a proposal for an Ellison Street sidewalk. And that proposal for Ellison Street sidewalk might have meant we might even have to do something there with widening the road or whatever, but that was submitted, I don't know how many years ago, but that was the other piece, because South Main has sidewalks. And so, again, it was all, can get these neighborhoods that could walk, that aren't walking.
And
That's why the neighborhood
the
schools.
dilemma you guys have is, how do you balance recommendations that were made 13 years ago with the current climate of what's going on now? I'm not saying that justifies anything on the front and on the back end, but that's the dilemma you guys have to deliberate through in terms of moving forward with this project.
Mayor?
Yeah.
I agree with brother, we've been kicking this thing down the road. Can I ask, you mind if I ask John?
Go ahead.
So John, if you were king, you the and go ahead with the whole CSX thing, doing everything you just do to get this done, and let's get this project handled and over with. Is that what we need to do? Because if that's what we need to do, that's what we need to know, like Mr. Mitchell said, and we can go ahead and take a vote on this thing and get it settled and move on. Because we've been kicking this can for 10 years or more. And I'm just ready to get into it.
You know, we work for people, citizens of the town. I think we also got a letter on a kiosk the other day from people Huh?
2 sisters.
But anyway.
I mean, we surveyed thousands or more.
We got, I got a letter
Yeah.
from the citizens there, and I had a couple of phone calls, which I didn't make notes of who they were. I don't remember. But they don't want sidewalks. They don't want one-way traffic. All they want is speed bumps. That's what they're requesting. And we work for those people.
But, yeah, I mean, the survey work in the whole community, that public hearings, what we hear from, you're hearing from a very small proportion amount of people. And your job is difficult as legislators, is to, what's best for the whole.
But we're hearing from the people that are affected.
You always hear from the people that are against things, always.
That question, if, I think one of the meetings we had, briefly we had about this sidewalk project, I think, is there going to be some new construction going on in that area somewhere? I don't know, I'm just some as to why. I know they're building a new sidewalk down, and I know we're gonna change one of the streets, one way going in, one way going back out. Now, is that gonna be some type of work going on one of those streets?
LWC is gonna be doing a line rehab down Johnson Street.
Down Johnson Street. So nothing is going on in the other areas in that vicinity?
Nothing to worry about.
But when they replace that AC line, they cut a big trench, and it would be advisable, and Don, I kind of want Don to do his presentation, because he has a lot of other issues, but they cut half the asphalt out and repair it, and it would make sense for us to pay for that additional just overtopping, so we have a complete asphalt down that street, and then that's off the list.
I don't know.
I have one more question about the insurance. I don't know if you can answer it. How much, now, they want us to have insurance if we have this sidewalk either going up to or over the train tracks. How much is it per year?
The insurance is not a policy in perpetuity. The insurance is for railroad liability or town liability to the railroad for the duration of the project itself.
Okay.
So it's not like a yearly, okay.
It's while they're building, it's a building.
It's a, yes.
And the flagging is while they're building.
So what, now in that case, what liability or what does, if there is an accident due to that sidewalk, what responsibilities does the town have?
If he were here, I would defer that to the.
Yeah, and I think it'd be good, another work session would be good for the attorney to talk about this. Because unless you do something negligent, that's not really ever.
Okay.
And what they told us was that no more than it is now. I mean, people using that, cars going through the arms or cars getting stopped down, there's no more difference than people walking down there now. Because the only thing is you're gonna create a pathway instead of them, if you go in there and look, you can see where people walk, because there's a ditch, I mean, there's a trench.
That's where we have the transients walking,
Yeah.
so we get them, shuttled into our neighborhood.
This may be my last statement.
All right, go ahead.
What is what is the advantages to the town and to the people? That's how I make my decision, based on advantages versus disadvantages. So based on those of you that have the history, those of you that's been involved in this process, y'all know this, and to help, because in order for me to make an informed decision, which I like to be able to do, I need to know, is there an advantage versus disadvantage when we move yay or nay? Is that a fair question?
Mr. Mitchell, I'll tell you my point of view. There's numerous wrecks in that curve. You're out here coming across the track in that curve, there's people side-swap each other all the time. I use that road, I cut through there just like everybody else does. And I've had a bunch of near misses in there. Put a sidewalk down, walkable communities, get people out of the street, get the bicycles off the road. I just think it would be a benefit, myself. Now, they can answer it better than I can, but that's my opinion.
Right.
And we can get a whole lot more sidewalk in town for the money. And, we talk about new construction all the time and making sure sidewalks are in place. And you know, these residential neighborhoods, you know, we talk about making sure that we get a sidewalk in there, and we always pushing these sidewalks, and now we got a chance to do something big, and we need to go ahead with, in my opinion. If not, then we need to take every sidewalk on the books, we require these developers and everything to put sidewalks in, and raising the price of the houses being built, because they're just putting it on the back of the homeowner. And we need to do away with every sidewalk in town we're not worried about, if we're not gonna do this project. And I don't know how y'all feel, but if somebody will tell me what I need to do to make a motion, I'll make a motion that we move forward with this thing and get this project done. If you can tell me what route we need to take, which one of those options you gave us is the one we need to take, I'll put that into a motion. And we'll figure out
So
what we'll do.
we should try not to make decisions in a work session.
Yeah, I agree.
But the mayor and I have to attend the TAC and ask for additional funding. I think if you get the additional funding, it's 20% of our cost. It's still a lot of money, but it's, if you feel comfortable in proceeding, I think, you know, that's something that needs to be done in a formal meeting.
I agree.
If you already know you all want it to happen, we can let the project and move forward, but.
I don't know.
I'm gonna jump ahead of what I was gonna present, because Johnson Street isn't our only project related to streets and sidewalks. Right now, we are putting $32,000 in the building in place for the asphalt.
Okay.
We have had to add thoroughbred, about 150, something like that, linear feet to a street that's even now, that we have to repair, and our estimate of that is $75,000. The Johnson Street sidewalk is gonna cost us $100,000 plus. The multi-use path sidewalk is gonna cost us $100,000 plus. This money all comes out of the POW bill, and right now we have about $200,000 in the POW bill, and we've got over $300,000 worth of projects, and that's just the ones that are immediate needs right now. And none of them are budgeted, so we're in the red.
Okay.
And that would mean too, that we can't use any of those POW funds for street repair, which we also need POW
We
funds
also need,
on top of sidewalk.
Madam Mayor,
What about that? ARP money?
Or used for streets.
We're gonna talk about ARP.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, will that help with the street projects?
I'm told that we can look at that.
Not yet.
But,
That's potential.
Right, I was just saying, that could offset the money for streets. Yeah, all right, go ahead, Commissioner Wade.
it's an unpopular thing to think about. Gonna make some people happy, some not. That happens with about every decision you make. But DOT's gonna put sidewalks all the way down Rockfish Road. We wouldn't have to spend the money for the permit to go across there, and the signaling to go across the railroad track and sidewalks down through there. We could go straight to where sidewalks are already and connect to them right there, in Guernsey Bank parking, near their parking lot. We can hit sidewalks there, take you right on up into Trade Street. And then, I'm just thinking that'd be money we could save, and use somewhere else as our 20%. That's already agreed to be funded, or could be funded, excuse me. I just can't see the spending all this money going down a side street that people have already spoken up and said we don't want it. I mean, there might be one in there, I don't know, I haven't heard from all of them, but there's not that many of them. And, there's not much room for a sidewalk to go down through there. I'm done.
Respond to your next.
I will, with all this being said, I'm able to respond to the Commissioner's original question. My recommendation And I looked at it by a number of things, and I want to bring up something that Commissioner Scarola brought up last meeting, I believe it was, with risk assessment. I am probably not the best person to ask about risk assessment, but there was a young lady by the name of Joan Wigginfield that got killed walking on a sidewalk, that a car jumped the curb, hit her, and killed her immediately. Joan Wigginfield was my aunt. She was 12 years old when she was killed, so I never went back to her immediately. So as far as I'm concerned, putting a sidewalk and knowing we put people in a blind curve like that is a bad idea. Secondly, from a logistical standpoint, if we are going to put sidewalks all the way down Rockfish Road, and it's going to connect to Main Street, I believe that that is a viable walking area to go and not go down Johnson Street. We have seen just on the surface that there are a lot of issues with CSX. And that is just on the surface. And we are getting some of these requirements from CSX years after we have gone into this project. And CSX is not unlike any other entity. They don't directly control things like that. They go through and they contract out, so they have got contract managers that do that. And the reason that we're in the position we are now is because they changed contract managers. The original one said that the first set of plans was good when we were going to go through it. They changed contract managers, and now all of a sudden we're $150,000 extra going into a project. They change again in a couple of years. We have no idea what's going to happen. So from a logistics standpoint, personally, I believe that Rockfish Road is going to take care of what we want to have happen as far as sidewalks go. And if we're going to spend any money on roadways in that area, because Rockfish Road is going to be a median with sidewalks, and we've got 4 small streets between Hill and Bullard on both sides of there, I think it would be prudent if we spend a little bit of money on a traffic engineer and have somebody let us know what is the best traffic flow in that configuration we can do for the town, taking into consideration additional development down towards the end of Well Street, Hill Street, and that area. It's my recommendation.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Now, one question that I'd like to ask, and this is again, Hope Mills did not get any money for grants from FAMPO for sidewalks, period, for anything. The only thing we got from them prior to 2012 was they did come in and do a study on what to do to eliminate traffic on Main Street. And that study was presented to the board at that time in 1984-85. And the board said, we don't want you interfering with the town of Hope Mills. And what they were looking at then was doing something to enhance trade in Ellison before South Main was built. 2012, most of the money, the bulk of the money was going, the lion's share of the money was going to Fayetteville. Since 2012, Hope Mills has received 3 large grants for money. And of those 3 grants, this would be the second grant that we have folded back up. Now, I don't know how DOT feels or FAMPO, but I know that we're not very reliable. When we get a large grant to do a sidewalk, which we propose, and I'm basing on Commissioner Legg's theory that we want sidewalks, so the best avenue to get sidewalks that we can't afford is to get grants. We get grants, and then we fold them back in. They were most gracious with letting us fold Rockfish Road into the South Main Street grant. And the Main Street grant now is escalating as we speak because it has not proceeded to being engineered and being developed and being built. So now we're looking at, all right, we fold this money back to FAMPO, say we can't take it, we don't want it. And now the Main Street proposal comes up, and there's also a proposal for us to partner out on 59 for the improvements from Cameron Road out to the bridge. And if most of you went to that meeting was that they would put sidewalks all the way down, and we had to fund 20% of that at that time, or they would not put sidewalks. So what I'm faced with now is we've gone back and asked for additional funding. We've gone back and asked for additional funding every time for every project. And I just don't want us to be in a situation where we get nothing. Because if we do, in fact, want to be walkable, and we do want to have sidewalks wherever we get, we have to present projects that are viable, and when we present those projects, we've got to see them through, or else we shouldn't present them to start with. And that's just my personal opinion, and I believe that, you know, even what we wanted to do down on Trade Street was to enhance it with sidewalks. But you can't ask for money and get grants if you turn it back in. And you know, I don't know if the town, the money the town's already invested, do we get the 80% of that amount of money, or is that money we just spent? Because you know, are they gonna pay 80% and we just spend the 20?
So we generally pay on the upfront for the design, engineering, as a match, and then
Tom's been getting back reimbursed as we
Yeah,
spend.
we've had a few reimbursements, and I don't know the exact.
I mean, how current, I don't remember how current it is, but we've got some.
Yeah, because I know we moved the Rockfish money to the Main Street, and they graciously did. But rather than put this on the TAC budget, if the recommendation is gonna be that we fold it up and walk away, I would prefer doing that now than being embarrassed in front of them when we go back and say, oh, they don't want it, you know? Because that's what we'll be doing. And then I would propose, if we're gonna write grants in the future, that we do a timeline, a project line, and don't do anything to accept the grant if you're not gonna get it done within that realm. Otherwise, we're receiving a whole lot of funding that we're not taking advantage of.
I also add that when we do these projects, because a lot changes in 10 years. And so if we get another grant, do the project then, because any trend can change, any environment can change, any climate can change in 10 years to where this sounds like a great project 10 years ago. Before widening the Rockfish, before roundabouts and bolts and road extended, but now you looking at it may not. So to me, if we do fold this in or not, it's really on the board. But if we get another project, let's move forward on the project, because I think this is a result of delays over the last 10 years to where now the question appears to not have been a good one. If that was the case and we'd had a chance to move on 10 years ago, we're not even talking about Johnson Street. We're really just talking about the widening of Rockfish Road happening at a later date, which is a separate project that came afterwards, not something that came at a time when we're trying to see which one is best suited.
And not to run over old staff, but, you know, the estimates that were given from the prior public works director even on Main Street project, they have come up. They assume this is our estimate, and Mr. Graham said, hey, if your project is 600,000, why don't you say it's $1 million? Because then we don't run into these issues when we get to the delivery time. And, you know, even on Main Street, there's a lot of underground, and we won't know until we get into that, but I assure you, none of those projects are gonna be what the estimates are. I think I definitely want Don that he has a lot of very important other additional items. I think we need to kind of go on to the, I don't mean to cut this conversation short, but we can revisit it, or we can get a decision and whatever.
Can I make a motion?
Sure.
I would like to make a motion to completely dissolve the Johnson Street project and not go ahead with having the sidewalk down Johnson Street.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
So, this is either living or, so we're talking about just doing away, scrapping it. And it sounds like to me that staff is saying that that's the best option.
I mean, you obviously heard, Mr. Cisco say, my opinion is this is ready, it's a turnkey, it's ready for delivery. Is it the best use of our money with all the other stuff we have on our table? I can't speak for those people that came before us.
Right.
This is ready to go, and the mayor has a good point about acting on this, but whatever you direct us to do, we will do. I don't really feel comfortable with saying it's in.
I understand what you're saying, but here's the thing, y'all are doing the work. y'all know what the town needs, you know the budget, and when we do, we're just listening to recommendations. So if this is not the best use of town funds, and you feel like there's other projects that we can get done, that's what I need to hear. You know, change my mind, is what I'm saying.
In hindsight, we wouldn't be here, right? We would have said, yeah, Rockfish is coming, let's not proceed and spend money on this. We didn't know that at the time.
Madam Mayor, could I make a big suggestion? Instead of us trying to make a decision now, let's table this until our very next meeting. We come prepared to make a decision, yea or nay, at our very next meeting. No long discussion. I ask you questions before the meeting, so that when we set this thing before us, we either say make a motion, bam, we move on with it. But at our very next meeting, let's come prepared to make a decision. That's my recommendation.
Madam Mayor, I'm ready to make a decision. I think it was 10 years ago. I think there's a lot of changes. Things have changed. We didn't move on. We made a big mistake. I think we need to study. We're talking about putting a sidewalk down this tight street where there's a blind spot and a railroad. I just think we made a big mistake. I don't think we should move on with it. I'm ready to make a decision. I'm tired of talking about it.
Okay. Any other discussion? And this would be the best thing to do is make this decision today, because that way we can contact Mr. Graham and the committee and let them know that, we do not need additional funding and that we're gonna return this amount of money. I don't believe this money can be moved anywhere else, based on where we are in time, but that'd be fine. So all those in favor of halting and not doing the Johnson Street project, please raise your right hand. All those, so 5-0 vote to discontinue. Okay, all right, we're done.
I'll have Mr. Cisco continue, please.
On the chapel, run down the things that we.
What page?
Next
It's the next page on your CIP book, sir.
Yeah.
Chapel, we have already repaired and reshingled the roof, repaired and painted the exterior wood. We've repaired and painted the windows. We've installed new exterior acrylic sheets to protect the stained glass windows. We've replaced the HVAC unit. We did the demo and replaced the unprotected cabling, code violation, and replaced it with wire, conduits and wire. We did install a new feeder unit for the HVAC unit. We upgraded the electrical service to 200 amps. We replaced the crawl space access and the fireplace ash doors so that it helps seal the building. We repaired the plaster drywall surfaces inside, painted the interior. We had the paint, the white paint on the pews, had that taken out and painted and encapsulated the lead-based paint that was on there. We disassembled and cleaned the interior hanging lights, and we installed a water line with an agricultural meter to the exterior of that building. So that said, we have completed all of the essentially weatherization of that building, and we don't have any further projects outstanding to make that building weather tight. And it is climate control.
Yes. I guess, Commissioner Raleigh, do you have questions that you want to add to this? Because I know there's some concerns about it being not just weather tight, but user friendly.
So,
He represents the historical committee.
So thank you, Rick. So the HPC has met, obviously, there was a situation without money before, and we did away with that. But they're asking, they had several projects that they're asking money to be allocated to complete. And I asked them at the last meeting I was at, to like prioritize their list and what they want to have, what they want their priorities to be. And they kind of narrowed down the church. There's an email, I don't have it with me, I'm sure y'all have the email. There's a punch list of things that they have listed. Did y'all get that?
Yesterday.
Yeah, they sent it yesterday, they were trying to get it together, before this meeting, because I'd asked them to have it before this meeting so we can talk about it. But they would like to get the church finished. We voted to move forward with the bathroom truck project, and they would like to see that punch list get finished, this budget year, so the church can be used, or we can have functions there and it can be used once the bathrooms are completed. So I told them that essentially I would ask the board, to support this year's budget, moving forward with the punch list that they have and finishing out the church. And I know the email just came out with the list yesterday. There's some pictures on there. And there's a list that everybody had. I wish I had it printed out.
I can read it off.
Do you have a total?
Total amount, it's, there's a list of 7 things, for the. Yes, please.
Thank you. I had a hard time opening it up to look at it.
Have the town staff had a chance to look at it and review it?
And we just got yesterday.
They just got it yesterday, so they haven't had a chance to sit down and, I'm sure the manager and Don hasn't had a chance to sit down and go over it completely.
Did send a copy Monday or Tuesday, but it was protected, so you couldn't print it or do anything with it. So I asked her,
copy on that.
anyways, I said, can you send a copy that we can either print or forward? And so we just got that yesterday.
On this and the next project, which is the middle house, I have a form here that says there is nothing more expensive to a municipality than a rebuilding. It usually isn't something that involves our mission and our role, and it usually takes a whole lot of money to get it to where it's valued by the community, but at the other side of that is, and I don't want to go there with church and state because this is North Carolina, but it's, we gotta be a nonprofit or somebody that would have a better mission. And I don't know, again, back to that 10 years of previous councils, I don't know that we're in the church business. I think we're in the municipality business, and that's an opinion, but it's, the $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 getting spent on these 2 projects. I can assure you, everybody sitting around this table has a lot of valid things you're gonna hear today that we utilize. And I don't know how that looks marching forward, but, I don't want to stick my neck out, getting chopped off, but that's an observation.
I'll read off this list of things, and I'm sure Don's familiar with them probably, because he's been working with them more closely, but they've got on here a toilet sewer line that needs to be capped off, a drop bar block repair, so there's a wooden block,
It's in the door.
and restricts the handicap access. A missing rope pull, I guess for the bells. Some broken handle racks and a missing kneeling bench, rock stop. They had talked about, cause the cost of rewiring the outside light fixtures and everything that was brought forth, they talked about replacing that maybe with some solar lights on the outside to save cost and save money. And they talked about that, and then, installing the plaque. And if they didn't, if it wasn't feasible to install a plaque on the building, they were talking about maybe, getting a couple of posts on, like, to the side of it and mounting it on a post or something like that if it wasn't feasible to mount it to the building. And relocate the bird bath if necessary. Talking about the circle part there to, that's what they're talking about. If it wasn't feasible to put a plaque on the building and put it in that little semicircle area where the bird bath is on the post, and, if you had to move the bird bath somewhere else. But that's, that looks like their list, and they were asking for, I think some money for, Black History Month next year, Old Mill Day reunion, and, the holiday, reenactment at the chapel. So, that's the list. I don't know what the wishes of the board are moving forward, but if the whole bathroom project is part of the Heritage Park Plus getting this church building where it can be used and functional. So I feel like this list is pretty small, and it's obtainable to get it done, and according to the HPC, that's all that's lacking for them to be able to use the building and have functions there. When the bathrooms get done. So what I told them, I'm their liaison now, and I told them that in this upcoming budget year, they would prioritize everything. Cause I told them, your whole list is not getting done. There's just no way, cause of the money situation, but, I told them that I would ask the board and ask the manager to, consider this year's budget allocating funds to finish the chapel project this budget year.
How much are they asking for again?
I don't have an exact dollar amount.
Dollar amount. There were some Excel sheets that had other things for the future, but.
They had dollar amounts, but that would be, they just got this email, Commissioner Lay. They just got this email yesterday because there was some trouble with opening it up. I couldn't open it in the file that it was sent. So I'm sure that Drew and the manager and Don will have to get together and figure out a dollar amount on what they're asking for.
I saw, Ricky is a liaison, he's a mother. He shared that with me. So in addition to that, they are asking for their $5,000 allocation on top of that. So that's what's done.
They've got
that on top of that.
They want that on top of that?
On top of that.
Oh.
Yeah.
So for the amount requested for the HPC next year, this don't really have nothing to do with the actual church, but on top of wanting to get the church project done is, for Black History Month, they're asking for $500. Old Mill Day reunion, they're asking for $1,500. And they have a holiday reenactment of colonial Victorian Christmas chapel. Includes carolers, period, portrayal, etc. They're asking for $3,000. And so the total amount requested is $5,000. But that's without the church.
That's not counting the chapel.
That's not counting the chapel.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, so the projects, the Black History Month, things like that, they can apply for some grants through the Arts Council. And then I was gonna ask, in addition to, can they not partner with Parks and Recs to get some of these events done?
In fact, we did do some of the stuff, like the luminaries we did last year, we decorated the church. And as far as, the colonial, the reenactment, that's what Megan does. And so it was something that we can absorb as part of our Christmas festivities. And they have a dollar amount like $3,000. We can absorb that and agree with that. I mean, we don't have a problem with partnering and working with HPC. We did that with the decoration. We've been more willing to do it. We saw their needs for more.
And then my other comment is like, what is the end goal? Like, when are we gonna cap the spending of the money on this church and the museum? Because I would like to see an economic and development center here, or something that we can partner with Fayetteville State that will invest back in our community, invest into our businesses and our citizens, but we keep pouring a lot of money into these projects. The other thing is, we're already getting a presentation from Moby Brantley about internships for children, high school children, which if you put the money in, you can have 5 students for probably about $10,000. But I'm just saying, like, wouldn't our money be, wouldn't we go further with spending our money on things like that instead of just pouring and absorbing them out? It does not have a cap into these two projects. Like, it has to be a point where we stop. So what is the end goal? When are we going to stop spending?
This is another project that has been ongoing for 10 years. It started in 2012. The house started in 2015, and these are ongoing projects at different boards over time. It has changed, the amounts have changed, and it's increased. And for whatever reason, I do believe that there's got to be a stopping point. And that, again, is, the house has been sitting there, just put new windows in it, $9,000. But it's been sitting like it is, nothing happening. And so my thought is this the best value for dollars when we've got, other things that could be used for, money to be used for?
Madam Mayor, give me to my usual. Dunn and Lamarco, because both those areas fall in y'all lanes, and the recommendation from you all goes a long way for me when I make my decision. What say you?
Yes, sir. Before we can give you a good answer, I think we need to have marching orders as to what the use of that building is going to be, because there are different code enforcements for different uses. And with that said, and I don't mean to put Kenny on the spot, but Kenny is the one that would have to issue a CO for that building. So he would be the one that would best identify what the requirements are for whatever the identified use is of that building.
That was gonna be my question to the council. What's the use of the building gonna be?
And let me chime in there because I got a pretty decent memory. Last year at this time, I think you made the motion, Commissioner Morrow. It was decided that this is going to be a venue, or an assembly, and so that's what kicked in Kenny's codes as far as what the restroom requirements were, etc. And Commissioner Marley made the motion to, redirect funds and get the design build done and explore the design build option of the project. And so that's what we did. So the whole restroom with the amount of toilets, ADA requirements, all of those came directly from inspection on, okay, this is going to be essentially an assembly. And chime in, Kenny, wrong. Of 90, I think that the number was 90 people. And so that's what kicked in the restroom. So everything we've done thus far, including the architecture and et cetera, has been based on those codes.
Yeah, it's assembly occupancy is what was told me, but under assembly, what folks understand in the North Carolina State Building Code, assembly has 4 different subsets underneath it. So there's A1, A2, A3, A4, they each have their own pedigree, each one. So the structure, I keep calling it a church because a church, that makes it an A3 assembly.
Right.
So I'm gonna call it a multi-use building. Okay, and so when Marco approached me, I said, let's make it, and y'all decided an assembly, so that gives us different uses of it. So I had to go with the most restrictive so far as what the code requires and occupancy, because it's going to be multi-use, so I have to go with most restrictive critter code. So, and that's where we come up with wasn't the Marco 90 you said?
Yes.
90, and of course the bathrooms kicked in, and you got to have so many bathrooms per plumbing code and so on and so forth and what have you. So, and that's where all that stuff kicked in. So, as it sits right now, on my end, when the bathrooms do get completed, it's going to be an assembly occupancy. I just got to make a certain subset. It's going to be A1, A2, A3, A4. I know it's not going to be A4 because it's not gymnasium. So some of that stuff's going to knock itself out. Right. But I'm also, it's going to be classified as a multi-use building. I'm going to have weddings. I mean, there's going to be weddings in this, meetings. So there's going to be different types of use for it. So we want the most restrictive as far as occupancy load and code wise. That way we're okay basically having anything we need. And Brian understands that being the code. So we're good in that sense. If I want the least restrictive, then I had to put on black hat, play bad guy and say, no, we can't do this. So by doing this, you can have your business meetings in it. You can have birthday parties. You can have church if you want. You can have weddings. You can have different people. So that's why we went that way with it. Because we didn't want to handcuff ourselves and spend all this money. You only had 2 or 3 things we can do. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we went with the most restrictive. But it gives us a lot of different avenues.
And so it was decided during the last administration. I remember that was a list here that was going to be a Parks and Recreation reservable facility. So once open, we're going to put on our books a cigarette to do reservations. and, you know, a regular thing. So that's what the agreement was.
So based on that pie that we just baked a pretty good pie. Now, the question is, how we gonna serve it? Meaning that now based on what he just explained to our multi-purpose use, now what's the recommendation based on that understanding? That's gonna be the intent of the purpose.
So basically, I guess what I'm saying, and what the HPC was saying, that if that punch list, the stuff that, Mr. Trey, read now, we're not gonna be, because there's no CO in the building, right? Is there CO in the building?
Not yet, I'm waiting for Bruce and Don to call for the final building inspection. And we'll probably, what I like to try to do is do that at the same time I do the bathrooms, do it all at one time, and be done with it.
So can that building be seen, those punch list items not being fixed?
It depends, yes, if it's not any major ADA issues, I can see it, I can't see over the building until we get the bathrooms built. So that's when we do it all at one time.
Here's a question. You know, we use the term, it's a stick building, that's what we know, it's a structure. And why is the preservation committee having so much hands-on into how the building is maintained and all that in the first place? Shouldn't that decision belong to the individual responsible for the building? To make the decision which direction should go in? I'm just, you know, yeah, like you just said, municipality is different than federal government, so it's a learning curve for me, you know.
I'll just jump in. What I think I'm hearing is the board is making a decision on what this use is. That decision is made. You have a current punch list of requests. Do you guys think that list that they're requesting is needed for it to meet the entire intended use that you determine this is? If that is needed for it to be an operational assembly, yes. If these things are above and beyond, and it appears to be like a wish list type of
requirement,
you don't need that for it to be an assembly, and that's the decision you're looking at.
If it's going to be a Parks and Rec venue, then why not it become Parks and Rec's responsibility?
That's the
Every bit of it be Parks and Rec.
We've already
And if it's Parks and Rec, are
Let
these
them
things
assume-
needed for
let
it to
them
be a Parks and Rec facility?
Let them do it, take it out of the hands, because that way they determine what's gotta be done for the venue they want to, it's gonna be used for, and then it becomes under their jurisdiction, it comes away from all this.
Yes,
that's true.
We have a question in here.
I just want to make one of those comments, piggyback on what Chancellor was saying. There's a lot of confusion about CO certificate of occupancies. The thing about a CO, per Oklahoma statute, it says a CO shall, and shall in my world is mandatory language. If it says shall and must is something I have to do, it's not an option. So it says a CO shall be issued when all your plumbing, electrical, mechanical, fire, and all other outside agencies that are involved have been satisfied. And so, as far as your punch list, Commissioner Marley, is that's a wish list. I don't think it's gonna hold up anything, because once I go do my inspections, if they meet the building code, the plumbing, electrical, mechanical code requirements, and all those requirements are minimum requirements for the state, if they meet that, I'm gonna pass it. So I don't think that's gonna hold up the state.
So what I'm hearing is that what we need to concentrate on is the $5,000 they requested. That punch list paperwork with the manager's blessing just needs to be handed to Lamarco and let him worry about that punch list.
Well, I think let the Parks and Rec, it's gonna be a venue.
That's what I'm saying, if it's gonna be a Parks and Rec building with the manager's blessing, we just need to worry about their $5,000 request, and then the punch list items,
Becomes the.
that paperwork just needs to be sent to you, and you give it to Lamarco if it's gonna be his building, let him worry about whether or not that falls in his category at that point, and it's out of the board's hands.
Well, and also, I think then what would be determined by punch list is what comes from your inspection for it to be occupied.
Right.
So that would then determine what would happen. It wouldn't be what wishful thinking would be, it would be what would be required.
Because once I do the inspection, if I see any type of code violations, then
That's what dictates.
then that doesn't dictate if I can see them, then I go back to the market and say, this is what needs to be corrected, get your CO.
Obviously, I'd rather have the punch list from Kenny, and then I guess consider the minimum to get it open and then come back and look at it. Because a lot of that stuff, I looked at it a little bit briefly. A lot of that's cosmetic and things that, you know, make us feel better having.
Having the sewer line, so it doesn't smell.
Yeah.
So my understanding though, was Mr. Zell and Drew proposed this $5,000 because you got, for other committees, so you got prime movers who do things, they don't even use all their money, they generate fundraisers, they do projects. I look at HBC and say, you know, you have your $5,000 allocation if that's what you so determine to get. And they can go towards those types of things, but the intent is to cap the 5,000 so you don't get $30,000 requests. And it seems like a reasonable amount, but that could be determined in the final budget. But I think that was the intent.
Right.
I didn't talk to Bill about it. That sounds like a good idea.
So what we need to do we just pass it on, move on, and then come up with a solution or recommendation?
I think just get a function list to the manager and they can give it to whoever.
Sounds like
is there. It sounds like it's gonna be Mr. Lamar.
So I think they need to concentrate more on events, and then they can use that $5,000 towards things like that. But as far as the structure goes, because that's why I thought we changed it from being a commission to a committee. And I support HBC and some of the things that they want to do, but I think that's just like my prime movers going into a structure and telling you all, this is what you need to do and this is how you need to do it. I think that's inappropriate.
And I think to piggyback on that, this strategy places what's left to do to this building based on what's driven by the building.
Right.
Yeah.
So if Kenny goes in and he says, Marco, you need this, that, and the third to meet code, to meet the minimum standards, that's what you need to make the building operational.
Right.
If there's some additional things that we want to do to it, like some cosmetic things, that's what you guys can do. But what are the minimum requirements to get a CO for this building? And that's being driven by the building code, and that's what the market uses as its function.
And then when there's an event, they go through you to schedule it for an event. Or, and if somebody want to have a wedding, or a renewal of vows, like we did before, they go to Parks and Rec. So everything be coordinated, and then if they want to host an event, it'd be the same thing, they get on the events calendar, and then
It'd be like any other room in Parks and Rec.
responsibility falls under Parks and Rec, and we don't deal with, all this. I personally like that idea.
Do we need consensus or anything?
No, we got.
Are we good? All right.
I think Drew mentioned earlier, a lot of projects or Scott did that are started, not finished. We need to finish some of these projects, and period house is one of them, the church is one of them, parking lot's one of them. So, let's just move on and ask them to look into it.
Alright.
Was there any other discussion on the house? I know there were some concerns about the house. Is there anything else?
I mean, I heard side discussions that HBC wants it sold. But I think they thought they would get the revenues instead of going to the general fund.
It was paid $40,000 for that place. Okay.
Could we wrap it on with the church and the town manager takes that and work with that piece too?
Becomes.
Just put that us. I don't think that was good enough.
Y'all work it out. Let y'all work it out.
I think you'll see though with our overall budget, there isn't sufficient funds.
The church makes sense because it falls into Heritage Park. Heritage Park's been combined into one plat, include all the area. That right here hasn't been, matter of fact, I think that was in the area with the,
So it's an
museum or whatever you want to call it.
It's an offering.
Well, was occupancy, that we heard, was it 6 people?
8 people, that only 8 people can do it at one time.
Six.
Why, is there a reason why 6?
And you're calling a museum, correct?
Well, what we're thinking is, what other function could it be so that you could use it for more people? Huh?
Office space.
Office space, that would make sense.
What happens per building code, that building, based on what y'all telling me, is considered a business occupancy. And if you take, in the figure occupancy load, you take the amount of square footage in the building and you divide it by 100. So what's the square foot of the building? It's gotta be like 600 something. So you divide it by 100 gross, that only gives you 6 people. If it's a business occupancy.
So we're gonna put $100,000 in the building that holds 6 people at one time, and we don't have enough space to do stuff already at town, at the town. So I don't think that most citizens would think that this makes sense.
Madam Mayor, ma'am, could, if it's okay, the town manager look at that, work with the staff, and look at the best way to utilize the building to repurpose it. I don't know if that's, if everybody heard
Could
that.
be used for office
Could use
space.
anything? I
Well,
mean,
y'all
Could be used
could,
for office space or something.
I got a suggestion, let's finish and put the inspection and permit department in.
Could do it now?
Put the inspection and permit department.
There's some opportunities.
Hey, free some space to tell off.
But if there's a different function for this building, why not? Can we not find that function and then not spend so much money for?
We're gonna have to make a decision. This building is gonna end up just like the parish house. It keeps sitting there, it's dated, and if we don't, we keep, every budget year, we keep pushing it off.
What do you wanna do with it?
I trust that the town manager can make that happen, let's come up with a plan.
Well, I mean, I don't know that we have a valid use for our staff, other than maybe Kenny's idea, but the revenue proceeds from offloading a project that's gonna cost us more money to go towards other projects.
Yeah, I mean, that,
So with the team, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
go ahead.
What if we just sold it? Try to secure our interest, you know, that we got interest, get rid of it and move on.
Now's the time to sell. I'm gonna tell you what's funny. I just whispered to Drew, I said, why don't we just sell?
I mean, that's my recommendation, because what I'm hearing is, an office space was mentioned, but the mayor, not the mayor, but the manager said that as far as like logistical issues of getting like computer service and internet and everything they need to operate is gonna be a logistical nightmare. We can't have no more than 6 people in there. It's not gonna be set up as a period house, we talked about that. I mean, it's a house sitting there, the manager's already said, we don't have money to do anything with it in this budget year once again, so it's gonna come up again next year, just like it is now. It's gonna sit there. My recommendation would be to move forward with trying to sell it, secure our interest, and move on to another project that's a town.
And apply this money back to the general fund.
My
Maybe we go into wherever's needed, not specified to go
I mean, I
back
don't
into the.
wanna, you know, I'm not trying to rock the boat or upset people, but just like Mr. McCray said, I don't think the citizens of the town will probably think that's good use of their money right now.
Madam Mayor,
Let me ask that, the question I asked him was, could you sell it as is?
Well, you could always sell it as is.
Right.
I want to make just a general statement on a lot of these projects and what happens in the time that I've been with the town. You get committees and citizens that, you know, are not subject matter experts in things like building codes and ADA compliance and stuff like that. And they see this place is for sale. It's a good, you know, they think it'd be a good idea for a museum. But the qualifier to that is it is incumbent on the town to vet it. And before you go and make that type of commitment, to know what are we going to use it for? So what do we have to do to make the changes for the code? What do we have to do to make it ADA compliant? What do we have to do to make it structurally sound? You know, the ideas are great, but somebody's, you know, you've got to do the footwork and actually evaluate something and make an educated decision versus on emotion.
I think it's the same thing that we did with the sidewalk. It was a bad decision. Maybe it was a good decision then. I don't think it's a good decision now. I just think that there's a lot of even manpower and hours that people are spending on it. I think there's a lot, we could better utilize our time somewhere else. And I know people might get upset with that, but the majority of people that I know don't know that this building is here, and it would be very upset if they found out we spent $100,000 plus, because you know it's gonna cost more money if you wanna use it, have internet service and a lot of other stuff, and the cost of things going up. I just don't think I just think we need to stop
Madam Mayor, can I come back to my original, suggestion?
Yes.
Is let the town manager take and handle that building piece and work it out with the staff and come back to us with his recommendation, we move forward. It's just too easy, make it that way. If that building, historic building,
No, it's been changed to.
It's been added on to the back
Anyone make a
half.
motion?
I'd like to make a motion that the board move forward with directing the manager to move forward with selling that property.
Okay, I have a motion, and a second.
you have a second on?
Second. Any other discussion?
I just have a question.
Okay.
So all the stuff that was moved out of that storage unit, is that where it was put?
It was put there, we just have to relocate or let them go through it and decide what to do with it.
Make it back.
Now, don't put it back in storage, but we gotta save that money. Get ready to give you that to save some money.
Is there storage at the church?
Okay, I think one of those areas could be used, but it would have to be that.
They're small, they're small.
It's not.
Yeah.
We just going against what Don just suggested pretty much, and he said that we should let this go to the staff, we don't even decide what we're gonna do with the building first time, we wanna sell it without allowing them to say, okay, you figure out best use for this building. I mean, sir, we don't spend money in it already, and so there might be a better use for the building before we sell it, there might even save a lot of saving time, and I don't know, but until
He's
they.
got thought.
Okay.
I'm just gonna give my opinion, my professional opinion. There's not much you can build with that building.
Okay.
That's just my professional opinion. It's too small. The money you have to put into upfit that building to fit it for Oxford you want it, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. And that's just my opinion. And I've also like to add this. I'm a licensed real estate broker. I'm a broker in charge. I've been for 22 years. If, I'm going to offer, if and then the time was to buy a piece of property down the road, I'd be more than happy to go travel along with you and give you my recommendations. You'll have my building code experience behind it and my real estate experience behind it to help make a decision.
That's good.
This wasn't a good decision. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
And it was gonna, just for us to get it functional as a business, there was gonna be more structural work that had to be done. Walkways in there are only 30 inches.
Okay.
The doorways, they're required 36 inches for ADA access. Right then and there, we had some structural work here.
So selling is a good idea.
Not to mention like floor loads. That's a residential. Anytime you take a residential, you make a commercial building, you gotta upfit it. You gotta make it for example. In a business, obviously, you gotta have 100 pounds per square foot floor load. That building doesn't have it. You gotta tear all the flooring out and re-engineer it. I mean, that's the kind of stuff people don't think about. I mean,
The bathroom has to be more cleaner.
yes.
Oh, yeah.
That would be my recommendation, but I think these things that we're deciding on here, it would make sense for us to bring back in the document, to formally adopt them at the meeting, so that it doesn't, it has to be a.
Why don't we make a decision on here, just leave it on consent agenda, and we can go in at the next meeting. We need to make decisions and not bring it back at the board meeting and open it up for discussion again. If we make a decision here, then let's go with consent agenda, and we need to pass it at the next meeting.
Okay. So I got a motion, I got a second, and I got recommendations. All those in favor to sell the project, the Trade Street home, signify by raising your right hand. Those opposed? You? Yeah. Okay, so it's 4-1. So, all right, now we move to.
Okay, it's still Don's turn, but I'll just say for the sake of time, we can go Steve. That's right.
All you need is.
And are we supposed to be, there's no signals that.
I'll get that.
Is that bad?
East Patterson Street, we are, and that's what we want to discuss next. Just a real quick history on that. The embankment on East Patterson Street in past years, because of obvious erosion, there were gating barriers put at the top of that embankment in order to help alleviate that issue. With Hurricane Matthew, that road almost, well, it did down on the corner, it overtopped into the fellow's backyard on the corner. So it caused more erosion problems there. We went back, had it engineered to armor that embankment more. Then Hurricane Florence came, and between Hurricane Florence and the natural erosion that happens on gable barriers. Well, for those of you that aren't familiar, gable barrier essentially is a wire basket full of rocks. And because of the sedimentary creek bed that we have, you get sand that's picked up on the street. And when it makes that 90-degree turn, it essentially acts as an erosive, like sandpaper or a grinder on those baskets. So those baskets have deteriorated now so that they are tearing apart and the stone is falling out. It's causing the armoring to slide. We've talked to an engineer about doing it, and this is where we went to the state for additional funding. They have successfully redone an embankment at Cross Creek Cemetery in Fayetteville using, rather than gable barriers, they went in and essentially channeled and put pillars down and then a sheet piling wall so that we can control the slope at the top side. So that's what we're looking at doing. We've done a statement of work to be submitted to the state for because the funding's been approved. And right now, we're also working, so now we're working on an RFQ because of the amount. We're going to qualify an engineering firm. And when we do that, it really is not sitting there in its favorite term, it seems as turnkey. That project, we plan on doing turnkey with an engineering group. Of course, it will have our oversight as an umbrella. But there's going to be geotechnical work done, plus the construction and contract and stuff like that. And we plan on an engineering firm to take care of it.
Will this take care of, you think this will take care of us through the next, if we were to have another event like we've had? So it wouldn't have to, we wouldn't deal with what we dealt with having it closing that street and all the issues we had.
Well,
I mean, I know it's always, there's another 500-year storm, but this would at least put us in a better situation.
It'll put us in a better situation. One of the things that will happen with the initial concept is it will increase the width of the shoulder along this Patterson Street. So rather than having, where that fence line is right now is essentially the shoulder of the embankment. And if we put the pilings out there, we can backfill and increase the width of the shoulder and decrease the slope of it. So that will help with erosion from the top.
Okay. Any questions about that? Of course, this is a project thankfully we got money from the state because this would have been something we probably we have to kick the can down the road with money.
Well, our first whack at it is $2.5 million. So.
Yeah. So that's the thing. All right, next.
Okay, creek clearing. Again, it happened because of hurricanes. Hurricane Matthew, we had, and I don't remember the exact total, but I believe it's somewhere along the lines of 125 buildings flooded Hurricane Matthew between businesses and homes. Following Hurricane Matthew with a Gold Leaf grant, we went in and cleared the creek beds of the fallen vegetation, the trees that go across and stuff like that. And without having created a damming effect in some of the areas when Hurricane Florence came, I believe we had 4 buildings that was homes that were flooded with Hurricane Florence. So empirically, the evidence shows that clearing those creeks helps mitigate our flooding issues. So we've gone in and we asked the state to get state funding. We've done the statement of work to submit to the state, and then we will do the request for proposals and get that creek cleared. We were out and looking at the Big Rockfish Creek outfall project behind Jockey Whip and Steeplechase, and they still have all their equipment's out there, and they're building the bridge for the aerial crossing and stuff right now. So timing may or may not be an issue on when we do that. It could possibly be something that we phase, that we do Little Rockfish Creek area first and get back and backtrack along Big Rockfish Creek, so that way they'll have better access there. But we won't know until the Big Rockfish Creek outfall project is a little bit further along, and that's scheduled for completion in April of next year. So we're okay with that.
Will we be doing anything from our bridge to Legion Road, the area which is going to be Heritage Park? that part of the creek.
You talking about Little Rockfish Creek?
Yeah, where Heritage Park is. I know because I had, someone ask me, because where the water, I guess, decided to make its own artery up there near the bridge, the Legion Road Bridge, what you've got is a lot of sediment and stuff, that if it were opened back up, and I don't know, I just know a canoer that says you have to get in and out
There,
in that
if you
area.
look at the ports, there's a lot of vegetation right in there, and a lot of trees that are down. And actually, the picture that's on here is of one of those areas
Okay.
from right there at that bridge. So there's a lot of stuff right in there that will cause a damming effect.
Okay. Any questions about those two? They're getting that state funding, so that's good thing. Next.
Okay, next one is Woodland Hills. Woodland Hills is an area that, in the recent past, that is an area that has some underground springs as well as some stormwater issues. When Bill Zell was here, that's what happened. We ended up having that street undermined, and at the base of it literally erupted. It looked like 3-foot volcanoes where it pushed the street up from the hydraulic pressure of the water flood. So what we did for Woodland Hills is we have asked for the money, and it's going to be a joint project with stormwater. We're going to upgrade the stormwater system at the top of the hill, eliminate the overflow that we have going down through there. And we also plan on doing a geotechnical survey to see if we can find a spring head to box it and direct the water. And then from there, we'll go back and resurface the roadways in that area.
Is that gonna be enough money to?
That is going to be, well, we don't know.
They should be close, you think?
We have some excess due to the cost that we got for the redo on the master plan, so if it's necessary, we can use it's kind of the same pot of money, but we can use some of that to make sure.
Any questions about this project? Again, this is a state funded project. Next.
Okay, next I'm going to go off of the CIP. I want to just go on the Parks and Rec roof repairs. We are looking at removing 3 skylights from the gym, 1 skylight from the reception area, and 1 skylight from the large activity room. We have engaged with an engineering firm because there's structural steel involved, so there's going to be special inspections involved with that as well. They have completed their design, materials have been ordered, so sometime in the next couple of weeks we'll start on that project to eliminate the skylights. And the skylights, and close those roofs in. Also, off the CIP, town hall roof repair, we did go in and the standing seam roof, we repaired the rakes on it and put new propane flashing and new gutters on that building as well. Let's see, next is ADA transition. Bruce, do you want that?
Yeah. For the ADA transition plan, for those of you that don't know, the federal government mandated through states that municipalities have an active plan to ensure that we're moving toward things that need to be retrofitted. We understand that, well, as we build now, everything is obviously under code built to ADA, but that wasn't always the case, and ADA transition, and ADA requirements have changed through the years, so we have a fair amount of things that need to be retrofitted. So we had to come up with a plan, which was adopted by the board in 2019. And it was an extensive self-evaluation that we did a lot of that, and then we also had a engineering firm come in and help us with our streets and our sidewalks and things like that to do those assessments. Last year, we were able to do the concession stand at the Lake Park. The bathrooms were non-compliant. We did the redesign to make sure that those bathrooms are compliant. And we prioritized this list based on, number one, use. The Lake Park is used. We know how crowded that place gets during the summertime, so it's very heavy use. This year, we were able to reconfigure the Broward Park bathrooms. bathrooms. The Brownwood Park bathrooms did not have compliant ADA in either the male or the female bathroom. So that project is complete, and those restrooms are now compliant. So going forward, that pretty much did it for the major projects of our facilities. So now moving forward, we have an extensive list of sidewalks that need the ADA curb ramps. And that's and you can see there that the fund that the money that we asked for each year is to keep us moving. And our plan, of course, is inspectable by the state. State Civil Liberties Union has a copy of this plan, and at any time, they can come in and make sure that we are moving toward. They know that, you can't put that on a municipality and do everything right away. So, and we have been and you can access the ADA plan on the website. And you can go in there, and once a year I go in and we update it with all the projects we did that year to show that we're moving toward total compliance. So with this year's funding, at your pleasure, of course, would be for us to focus on the curb ramps and start working toward compliance of our sidewalks that need retrofitting.
You're talking about all the new sidewalks as well that would be put in, wherever they may be.
All the sidewalks that go in now, as with construction that come, for instance, Blackbridge Village, yeah, we inspect those as they're
You might need like a.
I'm
glad to be standing.
We might want like a 2-minute break.
Let's take a 2-minute break, and when you come back, you don't have to sit down. I've just been sitting for 20, 30 minutes, and I'm ready to stand up.
I think most of y'all remember Rick Rochetti and Associates. He's doing a strategic plan for us. He had a session with council, he had a session with department heads. Order. And now he's going to give us a summary of where he's at right now, and I believe the second week of April, we're going to get a final plan.
All right, everybody, we're still,
Everybody's ready to go, Mary.
Marco, where's Marco? All right, we can start. We start with,
Presentation.
we'll start. I'm gonna take attendance. Go ahead, sir, we're ready for you.
That's all right. How are y'all doing?
All right, sir.
Good. So, I'm back here today to basically do a couple of things. Give you a status update on kind of where I think we are. And I want to share a few things with you. And just kind of in process. And then toward the end, I want to give you some kind of new things to think about that I think builds a lot on what Ted was talking about. And then I'm looking at your CIP and listening to you talk about the various plans. I've been on the website kind of looking, at the comprehensive plan, the master plans that you have and all that. I think that, you're at a good place and you're moving, when I listen to Ted talking and looking through the material that he had, you're all poised for growth. You all know that. And so to me, where we are with this strategic plan is, kind of putting you in a place to go to the next level. Whether you're thinking about loans or bonds or whatever, you're thinking about bigger picture things. All right? Next group. So what I want to do today is update you, confirm the mission, vision, and values work. I want to share key focus areas, which will kind of put some stuff in buckets for you. We did not do that, I don't think, on the time I was with you, but I'm going to share that. I've written a draft vision statement. We got some, we had the meetings with the department heads, got some input. So I actually wrote a statement. I want to read it, and Drew will send it out to you after the meeting.
I got an email this morning, but I've been here all day.
Right. I got back in town late last night. Otherwise, we had a conversation. What was it on Monday?
Yeah.
And I got back in town late last night, and it was at 5 o'clock this morning. It was on his desk. All right. Share the statement. Offer some. I have some strategic issues that may fit for you all. The point would be is that if you don't like them,
choose some different ones, but there's some strategic issues that are between you and where you want to go. Have some thoughts and observations and some recommendations. So what have we done so far? We gathered some initial data. We had a strategy day with the council, mayor and council. We drafted the mission. We got some vision themes, and we got some organizational values. And then we got some goal areas, for you to ponder. We talked a little bit about the member council. We talked a little bit about goals for that are current, but we didn't really do anything with those. We focused on goals for the upcoming year. All right, received some input from the department directors, and I generally placed their stuff less in the mission statement because most of their work, the input that you all gave around the mission statement was really more vision oriented. I'll share that with you. Then I created this vision statement. I'll read it. We'll go from there. Okay. Next. So we have left to approve this, and I think so. This is not. I don't think this is approval day. This will be on the 18th, I think. But approve the mission, vision, values. Agree on the focus areas, the strategic issues, and we need to produce some level of goals. Which that's why you're here somewhat today. And then on the 18th, approve all that. Okay. So when we talked with the department heads, we asked them about input on the mission statement, and they came up with 4 things that they thought was important for you all to know. And so about safety, service, value for the money, and something about quality of life. So department heads, anytime you have a different recollection, jump in. We'll go from there. All right. This is what I recorded. So if we'll go to the next slide, Drew. So the draft mission statement is here. Town of Hope Mills provides quality municipal services to our community. We promote positive and sustainable growth for all, and then in parentheses, plan. This is pretty much what you all came up with. There's some input from there that I took. I put most of what you all had from the mission statement in the vision because it was more appropriate there, I thought. You guys can make a different decision, but that's just explaining what I did. How's this still feeling to you all in terms of the mission statement? Sound reasonable? All right, next. This is what I originally wrote from the themes, and I added some things, and then you got some feedback. So the town of Hope Mills is a welcoming community, the theme and value of home and belonging, where residents recognize and value our history while we're basically growing and making history daily. Have the mill, military, the lake, and other history. If you remember, council, we talked about the notion of space. You all talked about the notion of space, where people play, walk, sidewalks, where people work, where people can work and live here, and they can, we have consistent housing standards where people gather to celebrate, feel connected to a common identity, and you have things that you do here. And these were examples that you all gave. And I know that that's like 5 font, so I'm going to read them to you. Surge, Dirt Bag, L's, Heritage Park, Golf Course, Lake, Baseball, and Arts. So that's what you all came up with on the 11th or 18th of February. Remember? All right, next. The input from the department directors on the vision. I'm just going to say they thought they had a lot to add to the vision. And here it is. And they were both concrete and big picture. So robust baseball tournament that increases tourism, includes having flagship hotels, the #1 baseball tournament location in North Carolina and all the economic development that comes with it. The mill structure renovated, even though they know that that's not the town of Hope Mills, but it was renovated nonetheless. The lake is a destination. Heritage Park is an anchor and gathering place. Leisure and industry to retain young families. Townwide sidewalks and greenway bikes too. Town services, new facilities, more retail, strong small business community, happy and adequate enough staff. Only full service truck stop in Cumberland County. There was a groundswell, I think, for that. And finally, affordable to live here. Those were the things that they kind of wanted to add to the vision. I captured that. Fair? All right. So what I want to do now is
don't go to the next slide yet, because I think, well, go ahead, let's see what we have. Ta-da!
He didn't hear you.
Next slide. Okay, I thought that's what that would say. So let me read this to you, what I wrote. And what I would like from all of you is a little input on, just if you have feedback on it when you have it. I'd like to read it to you. Realizing that in a vision statement, it's broad, it's inviting, everything that's in it that's really concrete, doesn't mean that's what you're going to do, but it's aspirational and directional. So you'll see, I drilled down a little bit based on the input that you all had and the department heads as well. So we can recalibrate it if we need to, based on whatever you want to do. Bless you. So here it is. The town of Hope Mills is a safe, vibrant, and welcoming community where residents feel at home. Town residents recognize and value both the mill and military history, as well as the history that they are creating daily. Examples include a renovated mill structure, as well as revitalized Main Street, resulting in an increase in retail businesses in the downtown, as well as the only full-service truck stop in Cumberland County. Hope Mills is recognized as a walkable community, an attractive town where community areas are neat, well-maintained, giving Hope Mills a good, small-town feeling. Hope Mills has many spaces and places to play and enjoy nature. Our parks and cultural events offer families a way to be connected to one another and build a common identity. There are walking trails where residents go to get exercise and to meet people. The lake, as well as Heritage Park, are known as places where the town gathers to celebrate events and then to enjoy each other. Hope Mills is also known for its sports complex that brings thousands of people to the local economy every year. Hope Mills is also a place where people live and work. There's sufficient economic development industry that draws people to the town. Housing is generally affordable, and residents are appreciative of being able to live and work in the same place, where there are attractive amenities as well as balanced growth. The mayor, town council, and town staff have worked very hard over the years to build relationships with residents, businesses, county and state officials that have ensured Hope Mills residents are provided with a high quality of life that is sustainable. There you have it. That's all I got. That's all I got. So, if you have any initial thoughts, I'll take them, but I want you to, that's a lot to take in. So I want you to just hear that. And if that sounds generally inviting, what I would encourage you to do is to give me feedback, but generally, we can adopt that, or you can adopt that on the 18th. The initial reaction, pushback, rebuttals.
I would move here.
Do what?
I would live here. I would live in Hope Mills.
Good. Thank you, Kimwana.
Yeah, I would live here too.
The renovated mill structure though, you probably have to take that out.
Because, that you have no control over that, or it's not gonna happen?
It's probably on,
So it may or may not be renovated.
it probably won't, it's being used, but it's not being.
Not gonna be renovated. I'll take that out. And you all will still live here, okay. What'd you say, Billy?
All right, you're not just listening to your end.
I will take the mill piece out.
Or else you could go talk to him and see if we can get him to be along with our vision.
I hear that. If you want me to do that, I'm willing to come down on my own and do that. Just let me know. All right. Anything else for now? I'll make that addition. All right. Next. Here are the organizational values that you all chose. You got some input from folks on that, I believe, as well. And so those are the ones that you all said. All right. Next. So I don't think we did this. So I want to introduce this as a concept. So you all had your goals, that you put down, that I'd ask you to do. Say, what do you want to do for next year? We talked about that a little bit, remember?
Yes.
All right. So what I did, so let me back up. So what these are buckets. And you can change these to fit your needs. But these are fairly standard that the league uses. We have like 10 of them, but there's some, these seem to fit here. What I would encourage you to do is just use these this year and see what happens for next year. You can always change them. They're just buckets. But what they do is a couple of things, and you'll see this in the next slide, or the next two slides, and you're gonna see where you play, you know, the goals that you were thinking about in February, you're gonna see where those fall out in here. And then you're gonna see that there's a couple of buckets where not much is going on. That's why you do this, right? So that you can say, whatever it is you see, you can move along with it. So safe, reliable, and sustainable infrastructure, transportation and roads, parks, recreation, and cultural resources, safe, vibrant, healthy community, economic development are all outward focused. The organizational excellence is focused on the organization. It's what you do inside, whether that's, you know, you want more training, you want to hire and retain staff, you know, implement, you know, the pay study, so forth, whatever it is, that's where that goes. Next. So this is what you all said. This is where I put what you all had in terms of goals or goal areas. With me so far?
Yeah, and we've changed, we've changed that a little bit. The bottom one, time period house, we're not gonna complete it.
Okay. All right. Well, and see that, and I think as I was listening to Marco a few minutes ago, I think you've completed, these are well on their way.
Yeah, those are two.
Yeah. So I think that some of these won't even be on this list.
Hey, Rick, go back one on the economic development, should planning be part of that? With economic development?
Should what? The strategic plan?
Go back one slide.
Go back one slide through.
On the economic development, planning to be on that?
What we're trying, I think what he's trying to allude to is what we're trying to do is we've got a lot of economic development. What we want to do now is we don't want to just say pick and choose, we want to plan for it. And that's where I think our planning, I know Mr. McLaughlin is heading toward that. So we have overlays or something. So I think the big piece is planning, planning what we're doing instead of it just happening.
Correct. So if you'll go to the next two slides, you'll see that there was on what you chose on the 18th or whatever day we met, there was nothing really under economic development. You know, now you could put gateway improvements, maybe, but there's really nothing that you had. So I think this whole idea of, you know, the comp plan, or, you know, or whatever the plan is.
Long range plan.
Yeah.
That's the problem back there.
Yeah.
We talked about last week, yeah.
So the long planning, then that's where you have your overlays, and so then you can begin to say what we need to do that.
To achieve the economic.
Correct. So part of what I'm seeing for you all, really based on what Ted's saying, what you're saying, Chancellor, and what you're all saying, is that you're meshing things together now. And that's really a great place to be, and you're getting ready to say, okay, now the one way to frame this up is you're getting all dressed up, and looks like you're getting ready to go to town, right? So I think this gives you a way to kind of frame up, you know, what's important. And it may be, in this case, for example, as I listen to you all, you are doing stuff around economic development, you just didn't put it in here. But that's why you have these buckets, right? Clear with me so far? Good? Next. These were the internal goals that you had that I didn't put in any bucket because these are things that you wanted to do. Next, let's see. Okay, so we didn't do this. So this is something that I'm kind of presenting for you to think about. So when you have the vision, you know, you kind of have, that's where we want to go. Then you have, you know, where you are. Now, we didn't do any forecasting as such in this strategic planning process. One of the reasons we didn't do this is because you all are just getting started. You know, I would say the next time you do a strategic plan, you want to do a more full strategic planning process. This one is just moving you to the next level and getting you started. But what I did is I put down what I thought some of the strategic issues were that you all are dealing with. So I tried to just give them to you, and if you think they're good, then that'll say something, and if not, you can figure out, you know, what you think the strategic issues are. But here's what I think they are. Around development, you have economic development, not the mill, but downtown revitalization, small business, housing, affordable, you're dealing with the code. Do you all have Unified Development Ordinance, UDO, okay.
That's starting words.
Yeah.
Okay, we're there, I even mentioned it.
Working on the neighborhood ordinance.
Okay.
It wasn't a UDO, but it was.
Just don't call it UDO.
Just don't call it. All right, thank you all for not hurting me over that and giving me, all right. So I put this, you all didn't talk about this either directly, but the impact of the state on your decision-making ability around development. Are you familiar with that? Yeah. Okay. Infrastructure, transportation's road, which is you're talking about, staff retention, and I did put down how would you, this is not, well, it is a strategic issue, how would you spend ARPA funds? You know, because you all are talking about bigger things, right? And ARPA, you know, gives you a way to spend some of that money. And as you think about what debt you want to take on and so forth. Is this making sense to you? Do you generally agree with that?
Because look like we know what we're doing.
That's right. It makes you look like you know what you're doing, right? Exactly.
We can take the funds raised off of that and stop the lake of fish.
That could happen. I'm just not going to know about it. Okay. So these things then become places where you can say, go back to those buckets, those key focus areas, and say, what do we, you know, where do we place economic development? Where do we place, you know, affordable housing? What do we do with the infrastructure? And then you can begin to say, because that begins to make you more strategic. You know, in your role as council, you know, you're really up here, policy, strategy, the big picture stuff, not the day-to-day running of the organization. That's why you have Scott and all these folks. And so this pulls you all up. It actually pulls these folks up too, because once you agree to whatever it is you're going to do, these folks can then begin to line up the goals from bottom up. And then this really helps you focus that. Then the conversation isn't, you know, this or that. It's really about whatever you're trying to figure out and does it fit. And you can always change because things change, but this gives you kind of a place to aim at and then move forward toward. Questions on that? Comments, rebuttals, pushback? All right. Next, please, sir. So, the UDO is not up there. Okay. Whatever it is, and you need for it to be, that's on that third line or fourth line. So these are just kind of a brainstorm list because I don't know where you are with stuff, but you know, relationships with the county and state might be a way to move some of this economic development stuff. There's one city that I've worked with in North Carolina that the relationship with the economic development folks in their county was about 0. And the town is larger than here. It's shrinking, and it's probably going to continue to shrink because there's many reasons, but the relationships are a big part of it. So building or maintaining those relationships and what you can do, form up the gateway projects, implement staff pay plan, continue the downtown revitalization, move forward with Heritage Park with the great meeting that you have. Is that making sense? I pulled that off the website. Okay. All right, because you're looking kind of like where this, you know, what are you thinking?
That's fine.
Do what?
Nothing.
I think with strategic planning, Chancellor, he's more intimately involved with developers and what's coming, but I you know, there's a huge piece for Rolling Mills that's lodging and hotels, truck stops, and those things are being discussed and potentially developed.
Yep.
But that kind of transforms us in tax generation and
correct
people, you know, staying here. We have some venues that were just recently awarded COs, and hopefully they have volleyball and sports, and that brings people to town. I think that's the vision. For whatever reason, baseball is Hope Mills. And I think, you know, if that's the direction they all want to go, you gotta have places for them to stay in.
Correct, and so
staying here, that's not good.
Correct, and so under economic development, you put hotels, venues, those kind. That would go right under there. So you see, I mean, it seems to me that you all are seeing where this fits. I just don't have the data that you have to put in there. All right. Last slide. I think it's the last one. adopt these things on the 18th. Next slide, please. So on the 18th, I'm going to come back and basically we'll have, I'll present it to you in council. So I'll have some sort of general context, piece of it, a little bit about the process and so forth. We'll basically do everything that I've already done, make it a little nicer. I need to have, I don't know about the timetable for accomplishment, but what I need from you all between now and then is whatever you come out of here with today in the next couple of weeks so that I can put it in there. Or on the 18th when I present it, I'll give it to you, and then I'll make sure that, once it's everything's approved from your end around the budget, I'll go back and put it in for you. And then, Drew and I'll talk about how the plan gets managed going forward. That's all. Fair?
And I think because we've heard so much of this, I think the deliverables or timetable, we need to start thinking in terms of terms. So we've got 2 years on this term.
Yeah.
So what can we deliver with this plan in this amount of time? Otherwise, we put these far-ranging things out there, and then we could all look different in 2024,
Sure.
which would mean that then that would probably be a new plan. So we need so that we can have a deliverable when this is over with, so that we don't get caught up with, well, this isn't going to last very long because it's going to change. And that's what we're hearing now, is somebody new comes on, I don't like that. And so it needs to be a deliverable, so when we finish up, we can check off, look what this board did.
But shouldn't it be long-term too? So that's the type of stuff we're trying to do where it continue. So we have several gateways, so we might not be able to enhance all of them, maybe we can enhance some. And I think so the shift from small town thinking to the level that we're at, this is the type of stuff we should be talking about in our board meetings and our agendas. I don't want to be focusing on a punch list for a house that I don't have certifications to look at. I think this needs to be a long-term plan that continues to evolve.
So I'm going to say two things. One is that I normally don't speak for department, they don't want you looking at it either.
That's what I think, this is what we're trying to promote, is that we want to be able to project, and then the next board come in, pick that up and go with it, and not have stuff that's nitpicky stuff. I think that's what to say.
Right. So, I obviously don't know Hope Mills, but my experience with other municipalities is, like some of this stuff that you're talking about, I obviously don't know, but to me, this stuff you should be able to move right through. It's when you get to other things about what's affordable housing or what development's going to look like, that's when you're going to hash things out. But once you make those key decisions, I think people guide this stuff, they don't very seldom pull it off the list, unless it's a really specific item that's in my backyard. That's where people get excited in a different way. But the things that you all are talking about, I don't think, at least at this stage, I wouldn't be worried about that. But more on the ground. The last recommendation I would have, and then we'll come back, Chancellor, I think to you, is around a community visioning process. That will solidify all the plans and it will engage the community and you'll move forward in a different way. And that keeps some of this stuff, is it just 2 years? No, it's broader than that. Way broader. If you have the community engagement, it's been harder for people to say stuff because it's like, well, we've already been here,
I think, and I think this is what the mayor was trying to say. I think that this board needs to try to get some of these projects finished.
Correct.
So it don't have to go to another board.
Yeah.
Because we might work for 2 years.
Correct.
Toward doing, item and having the next board come in and now I don't want that.
So Jerry, I hear the sense of urgency that's there. And I think that I'm going to think two things. You have the big picture. So the question that appears from your perspective is okay, we have this big picture. We want these things. What can we do in 2 years? And so that's
because that won't be done in 2 years. That should be a
Yeah, that's me, so this is my personal opinion, cities exist until they don't, like forever. And so, you're not about making a decision for 2 years, you're making a decision, I know the city of Raleigh right now, they're looking for water supply for, 2100, or where are we getting this, and it's, 100 years out, so we're not, that's not what cities and towns are about, in general. So, that's the level of thinking, probably not quite that long, but that's the level of thinking that you need to have, and be strategic. And I was telling, I think, Drew and Ted, at lunch, is like, you all are making some of the decisions, sounds like you're in a house, when you want to build a house, the first, and it takes a while to figure out what you're doing, it's like, well, what kind of, 1 story, 2 story, how am I going to use it, so forth, but it's those initial decisions that take the longest amount of time. Once you kind of start moving past that, then it's like, those decisions drive these decisions, and then you can kind of roll. So right now, you're in a place to say, what are these kind of foundational decisions? You've made some of those before, but I think you're still making some of that. Is that fair?
So one of our goals, Drew just mentioned to me, one of my goals as manager is to implement the staggered 4-year terms. Everybody, when I was hired, that was the direction of the council. They can do it internally, it doesn't have to be voters. And then another one that's they mentioned is to make our election date the same as the city.
Even years with the national elections.
So,
More voter turnout.
so you're doing the election when everybody else is already voting, you stagger it, and people don't want to serve for 4 years, you can get on and resign or shut down. But at least with the staggering, you don't have this, and it hasn't happened here, but you have the risk of, what if everybody sitting in your chairs was brand new and had no idea what to do? It's problematic to the people that work for the city, and to the vision of your plans. You want to see those plans. I mean, the plus is you have CIP, you have vision, you have plans. And that's why we do these things, so the next person can go, oh, this is where we're going.
Correct.
Yeah. But it always gets your vision and redirection.
I know the critics out there doesn't really realize what this board is trying to do. They just criticize everything, and then it's up to us to bail ourselves out.
Well, critics.
I'm going to say on this side of that, I'll say two things. Let's see if I can remember the second one. The first one was, we were talking about voting earlier. The mayor, to talk about number and turnout. So when it's the mayor and council in Raleigh, there's been, 2,000-3,000 people voted out of
Companies had a traditional 10%.
So I understand exactly what you're saying, and
As if you're only elected with 580 votes.
Right.
And then the other 16,000, 17,000 decide, well, that doesn't make any sense, how one person could be making those kinds of decisions, and they only got this many votes.
Correct.
It matters when you do something like this.
Correct.
When you're gonna spend a lot of money, or you're gonna do something, then you've gotta try to get more people out.
Correct.
But that's difficult in a small town, because a lot of times, the apathy is just there, they just say, well.
Jackie, it's difficult everywhere. I mean, when you have 600,000 people and 2,000, 2,500 come out.
But I think what I'm hearing Scott say is shift it to the even year.
Yep.
That's the general elections,
Yeah.
especially if we're talking about minor referendums and you're asking for certain things to put on the ballot. You want the year for the election to be the biggest turnout.
Yeah.
But if we're implementing a plan, and we've all been here, it's a great plan, it's a 5-year plan, board turnover in 2 years, all of a sudden, we're doing this. If you can move the staggered, longer terms and even years, you got something that you guys have more time to put something.
It's crazy too, coming from Colorado originally, 50 years ago, you can't vote in person in Colorado. Mail ballot only. They have our elections I did went from 5 or 7% to 25%. Just like, and I don't know the county elections, there's a lot of PR and news stuff around about, false voting and all that, but You can't, in Colorado, you can't vote for 15 years in person, you have to do a mail ballot, and the return rates are extremely higher.
But
Yes, sir.
no matter what project you put on the budget or the CIP, for the sake of getting things done, you're looking at 5 years anyway. It really doesn't matter. And if you don't go in with earmark funds for certain projects, the board can change it at will any time. So number one, we have to look at things that we can earmark. That's number one. So when we say that we want this project built, put the language in there, it's earmarked, because y'all should know my position on the 4 and 2 years with that toxic board that we had. You know, seriously. I don't know about y'all, but hell, I thought it was miserable 2 years we had. I'm gonna keep it real. Now, and y'all know what my position is on that 4-year term. Just like I fought like hell to prevent it from happening then, I will fight like that again. The reason being, until we get a board that can work like this board is doing right now. We came in here with the idea of working together, finishing projects, getting things done. Now, we are doing that. Now, if we can get that train going, I'll go for it in the day now. But we gotta get folks to the point where they wanna be involved, they wanna do the right thing, make the right choice, do something in the best interest. When we get to the point where we can listen to you all, when y'all come with y'all ideas and tell us what we need to do to make this town better, how can we go there yet? We're not even there yet. But I mean, if that's what y'all recommend, I'll let y'all go for it, you know? I'm just, this is my opinion.
Words.
And I tried to tell you earlier.
Passionate.
Can I take that down? I'll make a note of that. I think, am I finished? I think I'm done. Am I done for now?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for taking the time to get to us today.
I enjoyed it, except for the 10-mile stretch on 95 where it went down to one lane. Didn't enjoy that.
It's interesting because we're the other council and our staff, and I think really deep down, we kind of all want the same thing.
I think part of this is a matter of sequencing and prioritizing, and that's what this gives you. That's what you all have done so far. So, you know, next year you'll firm this up a little bit more and you'll start to ride it a little bit differently. So I have enjoyed it. I haven't been to Camp Rockfish in a long time. Still the same. It's all good, and you'll have a good rest of your day this weekend.
Thank you. We actually, our next presenter is supposed to start at 2:30. We're supposed to have a break. So why don't we you want to take a 5-minute, 10-minute break? And then I want to let you know that this is Mr. Randy Cube. He has been before us several times with different boards, and we talked to him, Dr. McCray and I talked to him because it has been a passion for both of us and previous board members that we have some type of transportation within Hope Mills. And we've had people come before us and give us things, packages or whatever. So now with the current situation and with not one operational cost for the town, as far as having to do a lot of the buy bus and that kind of stuff, we've reached out to Mr. Hume, and he is here today to tell us about what we might look like for transit. So I'll turn it over to you, and thank you so much for taking your time today to come visit with us.
Thank you. I'm a fan of transit because it's been my career for 47 years. So I'm really pleased to be here. And I guess you said we have met a few times with you with different sort of concepts and some things. I think last fall we had a phone call, Zoom call, whatever, talking about what we could do, and we looked at some options, and of course things change, but this sort of was what came out of that, and just sort of walk through maybe what some options are. I know there's a couple different types of services, and be nice to have both. I understand you can't always do both, and then different ways of maybe doing that. There are, through transit, we have grant funds that help us do some things that, and are a little more plentiful, because we've been recipient of some CARES and some ARP money and some, and also the new infrastructure bill, our ongoing appropriations are going to be growing too. So anyway, I thought I'd just walk you through. Okay, I'll go to the next slide. Again, you might notice if you've seen, we have a new look that we're introducing. We did this, I guess this summer when we got some new buses. And the city changed its style, so we started this, and so we're using the blue color now. And I tell you, our drivers really like it. We issued them some blue shirts. I thought they were going to go overboard because it was something changed, something new, and they really appreciated it. But basically, there were two types of service that we've talked about before. One of them is a connector to Fayetteville, The other one is a circulator within Hope Mills to help people get around in Hope Mills and get to different places. Again, we've sort of envisioned that the Fayetteville Connector would be more of an express bus, and but fairly frequent. I mean, we're talking about that it would make probably three trips in the morning, take a little while off, trip during midday, and then trip in the afternoon. Okay, and so that's the type of service we're looking there. One advantage, I will tell you, whether it's for the right reason or not, one advantage of doing an express bus is because express bus doesn't require us to do all the ADA service, special service aside from the regular bus, if it's express bus. So it doesn't mean that's not valuable service, but when we look at it, an express bus, it's just not required. And so when we look at the circulator, there's going to be an ADA component of that, in particular to do fixing out. And so what we had talked about before was connecting a lot to Cape Fear Valley Medical Center and to Cross Creek Mall. And I'm going to have a route that shows we can do that. We have some other things going on at the same time. And that is, of course, we're working now. We've had a little bit of change in leadership and things with Fort Bragg, and they're a little more interested in us doing more than what we've been doing, which I've been pleased with. If there's one disappointment in my time here is in fact we haven't been able to do as much as Fort Bragg, which I think we should be because they're such a big employer. But there's an opportunity for that. Of course, Amazon's opening up the military business park, and we're going to be doing something for that to make sure people get to their shifts. And then, of course, Spring Lake had a bus system. Because of their financial problems, they've stopped it, but there's still a lot of interest in that too. And hopefully, and again, this wouldn't be, we're looking for Hope Mills to support that, but it would be something that hopefully I tie, and we go to Fort Bragg, we go to Spring Lake, and FTCC has some interest in that and some other things. So that's what it is. The circulator is really, like I said, it's sort of help people just get around, and I call it retail areas, maybe in better terms, commercial areas, but to get to those things. So one of your big attractions down here, people from Fayetteville want to come down, is the Millstone area and Camden Road. Then you've got what I call Main Street, because when we come down to Hope Mills, but you got the Walmart, Lowe's, Carly C's, and that Main Street corridor, your lake area, and that. And then I think when we talked before, there was a desire to have the bus go by the town center, recreation center, and that. Again, that one on the circulator, there's a lot of different options of ways to do that can save money or make it better. And again, I'm not recommending one over another. I just want to show you what that might be, and for y'all to sort of weigh what might be the best solution to that. But that is, you have a fixed route shuttle. When you have that fixed route bus that's operating all the time, within 3/4 of a mile of that route, you have to have the ADA service, like our fast track service. And again, I think in most of these, because of the idea that you have to have a call center to take those reservations and other things, really looking at that would probably be something that FAST would do for you, and of course there'd be a cost to that. But then the other part, whether it's operated by FAST or whether it's operated by a contractor. And there are ways, I know we talked before, there are ways that we can get federal grant money to a contractor if we choose to do that. And one of the reasons I bring that up, I don't know what your employment situation is, but our employment situation is very tough. We're down probably 12 to 15 bus operators out of our complement, and we keep working on ways to try to improve that. But it's a nationwide, they call it a crisis. I mean, it's a nationwide problem to get people with CDLs. So we actually have a new program we're doing with FTCC to try to start training bus drivers. To get, we're going to pay them to go through training to get their CDL if they'll work for us for these years. And so, and we had a lot of interest in the first round of applications on that. That hopefully is going to get started very soon in terms of the actual class. I think we made an announcement last summer. And then I want to just introduce another thing that sort of expands the sort of area, and it's a concept that doesn't necessarily require a lot of overhead, although there's a lot of software type overhead involved in it. And it's an on-demand service, microtransit. I call it Uber Ride. Just for lack of a better term. But it's one where basically it'd be a subsidized service where people could they can order the bus or the vehicle to come by their home, take them wherever they want to do, and it would be, more direct between origin and destination than a big route shuttle. Next slide. Okay, this is the Hope Mills to Fayetteville connector. Like I mentioned, the hours there, sort of Cross Creek Ball Bay on one end and Millstone on the other end. Again, thinking about people getting to work. So the first bus would be making sure that people, 6 a.m. make sure people can get to work, and then also make sure people can get home, and then in the middle of the day. Saturdays start a little bit later, end about the same time, but again, just help people to get around. And again, there's no reason you have to do Saturday service. But I think, if people are wanting to do shopping or wanting to get to the hospital, that's usually a pretty valuable service. And then, this one I think would probably be best if we're fast to operate, just because of whatever goes in with it and the type of vehicles. And it's pretty also, it's somewhat hard to hire a contractor to do more than just say one bus. It used to be like 10 buses was sort of the threshold. I'm sure some will do it for less than that. If you had 10 buses, you didn't do that, you lost a lot of economies of scale. Okay. And then again, that would connect in a couple locations to our fast network, and then you have the other destinations that I mentioned before. Next slide. This would be a circulator, and again, this is just concept. I mean, it's certainly not locked in stone by any means, but it's just a circulator that would go Main Street, go down. Actually, this one went down to. There's a lot of apartments down on. Is it Cameron Road or whatever down at the south end? There's a lot of apartments down there. It's the middle school, and then on to the west, I'm going to call it. I'm not sure of all my directions around here, but down there that would let those people, that complex and living density there, to be able to get back up, and then of course it would come up by the town hall, and then out by Millstone, and so it'd be a loop. There'd be a bus going by every half hour and on that one. Again, this is one that there are a lot of options on that. There's it can be fast or contract or hybrid, and then I think there's reasons even with the on-demand, and talking with some people who do that, there might be advantageous to do a hybrid on that and cost money. It does, if it's a fixed route, it does require that paratransit component, so that's an extra cost that we have to consider. And you have to provide that service within 3/4 mile of a regular bus route on both sides, and you have to operate the same days and hours. And there's a lot of other things that go along with that. Next slide. This is just to show you a couple things. The one here on the left is sort of a captured area. Normally we think about capturing rides with a fixed route with the walking distance about 1/4 mile. You get some more, but that's sort of the 1/4 mile. So within that area, there's about 4,500, about 4,500 people that live in there. There's about 540 people that are 65 and over, a little over 1,200 that are under 17, and those with a disability. And these are just any type of disability they list in the census data. It's not qualified for the paratransit, because the paratransit is really for people that are not able to get and use a regular bus. So it doesn't cover every type of disability, but it does cover both physical and cognitive disabilities for people that can't use a regular bus. But there's 765, again, according to our planning stuff. The other one, and that just shows you the ADA zone. The ADA zone, since it's 3/4 mile, is a little larger, and that actually there's about 1,900 people in there. Not everybody that's in there is going to use Fast Track. But we have sort of estimated using some things that consultants have done, just sort of back of the envelope. There's probably going to be about a little over 1,000 ADA trips within Hope Mills a year, if this service was provided. Next slide. This is the on-demand, sort of on-demand concept. I just put the other one on there to make sure you can see the same area covering, but this actually covers allows you to cover a larger area to get to more places, because you're not restricted to walking to the bus route. And this can be manipulated. This is just drawing something on a map, but there's about 9,200 people, so it's almost double the number of potential, citizens that are covered. 9,200 people, 1,100 over 65, thinking that they would use that. Another reason that I bring that up too is that there is a pot of money that we have used, and actually we have some grant money that we obligated to do some projects with some other people. They haven't carried forward with that. And I'm getting to the point where if I don't do something with it soon, I'm gonna have to give it back to the federal government, which I don't like to do. So, I've been talking with Federal Transit about finding a way to use that for another disabled service that potentially might be something with an on-demand type of service that could do. And I think we talked at one point in time, and this is one of the programs we didn't get off the ground ever, with Mid-Carolina, was a taxi voucher program, where basically, and I've used this in other places, but it's, you sort of sell ticket booklets from your city hall to your citizens that are eligible as senior disabled, and then they can use those as script to ride the bus, and especially, and it also it's not necessarily restricted to the same time of the hours and everything else, so it's a little more flexible. But anyway, and then of course there's more of everything within that area because it's a larger population. I think overall, all the percentages is what those numbers are based on. Next slide. This is just, again, to give you an idea of operating costs and how we could possibly use some grant funds that are available to help bring that cost down. The operating cost for the express bus is, and again, inflation is what it is. When I did this, I guess about a month ago, because I have actually submitted this project to our budget office with Fayetteville, thinking that if a partnership developed, we would be there with our part of the money. But anyway, just to almost $243,000. There's some fair revenues, and then there's some grant revenues go along with vehicle maintenance that you get no matter what you do. You can apply for those and get those. Then there's operating assistance, and you do that, and it brings that down to where about $87,000 needs to be funded locally. Okay, and I divided this. I've always been hopeful, I guess. I'm an optimist. I've always been hopeful that we could get the county to involve to help pull this together. So it'd be Fayetteville, Hope Mills, and the county sharing part of that. And this distribution is basically based on this route, how much time it spends in Hope Mills, how much time it spends in the county, and how much time it spends in Fayetteville. And so that's the way I sort of calculated it. Being under the ways, but sort of did. And so, if we couldn't get the county involved, there's $16,000 that's going to have to be split some other way. But it was just for this bus route. Really, what I think we'd be looking for this next year is probably somewhere, maybe with inflation, it may be $90,000, but it's around $87,400 this month.
From us would be
that would be the route bus that would run
the express bus from Mills to hospital and
So we have to have the big bus.
If the buses are there.
Well, we could. I think for the express bus, you might want the big bus. If they're more comfortable for a longer ride, and they also, you just have more capacity. They wouldn't require a big bus, but it doesn't cost us much more to operate a big bus than a little bus.
We're not doing buses, that's not us.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if it's approved for this service to come in for our citizens, do we have to have the big bus, or can we go with the smaller bus?
You can go with the smaller bus. We're basically, and right now we have some, because we're buying new buses. My thought was, and I hope I'm not. I'll be ready to retire within the next several months. But
I have to if you buy enough buses.
But anyway, because buses are growing, but the thing about when we're buying new buses, the buses we're replacing now have been well maintained. And they could go some extra miles. So my thought is to start a new service, we'll hold on to some of those old buses and be able to use those. And they're going to look good. We're going to keep them maintained. Right. We would be using those, and then of course work on a plan to have those replaced within a certain period of time.
In a traditional
So
fashion.
we're not buying buses, what?
No, this wouldn't be buying buses, this is really the operating costs.
We're not gonna be buying or doing the maintenance or the service or anything, we're just gonna be riding.
And we're trying to make things where everybody can come out ahead, the citizens,
Yeah.
the bus come fast, everybody can gain by that.
But this one, we would, you know, FAST would be providing the vehicle, the driver, you know, I mean, and the maintenance and whatever goes along with that.
So to make sure I understand, you know, so county did not buy it, so we're looking at, we pretty much split cost of $45,000.
Yeah, they haven't, I don't know if they talked to them.
Right, I understand, but I'm saying, let's say if they don't buy in, then we're looking at possibility of 45, you know, somewhere between that.
I believe they will though, I believe
I think
they
they will too.
Yeah, I think they're going to, yeah.
But I think it would, if, to do it without the county, it'd be in the split zone.
Yeah.
I have a question. I haven't rode a bus in years, so can you give me an idea of what a regular fare cost would be?
Well, our regular fare, again, for your circulator, if you want to charge, and you might not want to charge a fare, that would increase ridership. Because it doesn't produce a lot of revenue. Basically, the fares right now, right now, our fares are free. We've been free ever since COVID because of social distancing, we've been loading in the back door, we've not been collecting any fares in the fare box. In fact, we have a demonstration grant to actually replace it with a cashless system where you could buy a pass at our, say, a transit center or maybe some other place. You buy a reloadable debit card at Walmart, and you can use that to pay for your fare on the bus.
How much
You
is the
pay for cash.
fare? How much would be the fare for this bus?
It's assumed to probably be about the same as probably right now it's $1.25.
No.
It's $1.25 each way, or we sell mostly if you transfer a date in advance. So it's $3 for round trip all day. From the warehouse.
That's not bad.
So that, I guess, depending on if you come up and transfer or not, most of our riders now are buying by the day. When we're charging the fares.
We have a lot of people in Hopewell that don't have a way to go to the doctor or to Walmart or just visit someone at the hospital, which we know we can't do right now, but those people still exist. They don't have a car, they don't have transportation all the time, and they would probably love to see bus service that they can connect to. But what worries me, if you take it by a town hall or Walmart or wherever your pickup center is, they'll want you to come by their house.
Well, that's one of the advantages of we talk about circulator, about the on-demand model that they got. It does allow to come go to the house. I mean, your work, it's just like Uber or Lyft. I mean, in some ways, there's a geo-fenced area. So there's an area that would, within that area you can pick up and drop off, or you can go to a bus stop, and connect to regular buses from that.
I think you did a presentation like this probably about 5-6 years ago.
It may have been with COVID, it's time.
Yes, it's been a while. And I know there was 2 routes. It was, I don't know if Millstone Mill then done. I know the route came with like a straight route on the main street, and it was no deter off Main Street. And then you had one where it came from all the way down to, I think, by CVS, and it turned around, so I guess it had some, I don't know, like, just trying to remember. And then it went back straight to the mall area, the transfer point. Then it had one that went down, then it went to the Millstone area, down that way, and it made a turn something. But I know it was a route, it was a very simple route, it was like a Y.
Yeah, and that's what this express route would be. That it would come down either which one it went to first. Right now, I think we sort of planned it. It would come down. You go to Millstone. You go down, then come back to Main Street. Go down to Carly C's, and then back around by the city hall, and then head back and forth.
How about the people on Legion Road?
Pardon me?
How about the people that live on Legion Road?
Well, again, we didn't really talk about how we could do that. Now, again, I don't even think the subject area that I showed in again, that area can change, but the area that I had there for the on-demand service, I went all the way to Legion. Went over to the middle school is in.
Right.
Where the parade all starts.
Yeah, I think when we were talking that we looked at where the areas of greatest population were. And where we had the greatest need, because the surveys were done about in this area who did not and who needed transportation. And we did that, that's been done, we did that multimodal congestion plan, because what we were trying to target is people that, couldn't get anywhere. And these areas, and I want to add one thing to this too, the, shopping center where McDonald's is, where they're going to be, we proceeded with, they put in a plan to put a light there and a pedestrian crosswalk at Taco Bell. There, Mr. Boyette, who owns that shopping center, gave us a plan, 2 years ago, and it has been approved, the DOT's approved it, but he's gonna put inner sidewalks in the shopping center, and he'll put a bus stop there. So that he could be a site for a, somebody to drop off and pick up there. So I think that would be a good thing too. So I think that's, but now where you got your circulator cost on the next one down
Yeah,
there?
yes, if we go on the next way, this is just sort of the cost of different ways of doing this. The first one would be if FAST operated everything, where we operated the express bus, not the circulator bus fixture out, and the AD service that went along with it. And basically, after you take the fares and grants out, it leaves about $101,000 that would need to be funded to support that. The other one would be if we hired a contractor, and there's ways, again, that contractor costs can be paid by grants too. It's called capital cost of contracting. But in that one, the contractor would provide the fixed route, and then FAST would provide the ADA service as part of our.
With the fast operated bus ADA service, was that the route that Mr. Graham said there might be funding that we could get through FAMPO as far as?
Well, I don't know what other fund, what I'm including is funds that I know that we at Transit have, and when I say we at Transit, there are funds that are apportioned to the Fayetteville urbanized area.
Right.
And of course, we get those funds in, there's a part of that goes to Polk County, part of it goes to Cumberland County, part of it goes to a little bit to Harnett County, and then FAST still gets both of that because of Fayetteville.
I know he was mentioning that there was a possibility that if we did the one where FAST operated everything, that then we would have a matching fund instead of paying.
But again, I don't know, again, the other thing that wants to make sure we're not trying to match federal with federal. So, if I'm, there's only so much, part of it could be paid that way, but again, I gotta make sure that we don't, dip or double dip.
Right.
But the turnkey operation come down, it's not much more, it's about the same. The other one is the least expensive option, but yet it's not eligible for quite as many grants as the form we use, but it's basically would be that we have a contractor that we would provide vehicles that we have, and they would be the smaller vehicles we have. We would provide a couple of vehicles to them. They would maintain them and operate those on a daily basis. We cover bigger maintenance, and then we would provide the AA service. And so the contractor wouldn't have to be financing a vehicle. So that reduces his cost, which reduces everybody's cost. That's, I think I got a mistake there. Trying to think how that happened. That one I thought was in the neighborhood of, that one was in the neighborhood of like $75,000.
Contract service?
To do the third one down.
Okay.
The third option. I think.
Yes.
Thought I had that.
Commissioner Marley has a question.
But anyway, that number on there is, I think, is incorrect. Something I didn't, must not have saved it when I did the PowerPoint.
Okay.
But, and then the last one is the on-demand model. And again, it is most expensive. It is more expensive in the first year because there's a setup cost involved in doing that. But again, that would be one where you have a mobile app where they do operate a call center where you could call, you could have a vehicle that's done within a certain response time and pick you up and take you either within that zone or we take you to a bus stop. And that one is because it has some, there's some other, again, because of the type of way the service is operated, it's eligible for a little more grant funds. So, it all comes out to pretty close to the same numbers. Except for the third one down is the least expensive item.
Okay,
And
Commissioner
I
Moore
see
has
that.
a question. Commissioner Moore?
Well, not really, or I guess it's a question for you, Mayor, Dr. Craig. I know I've been on past boards that we've looked at this and discussed it and it never really materialized or anything, or we never had the money per se to do it with. So, we're looking at it again with, I don't know what y'all are envisioning. I know it's been a project of yours that I support. Would it be feasible maybe to do like an express service for a year? Maybe something like that, see the kind of interest from the citizens that we have in that service and then expand from there maybe, or, what, I guess I'm asking what's your plan and what's your vision on, I'd love to serve every citizen if we could. I think that would be like the ultimate goal. I don't know, but at least to get something going. I don't think that a shared cost that they could get Kerwin County to pitch in, $40,000.
We've never had it as low as this.
Yeah, it's never that's what I was gonna say, we've never been presented something this low in past years, but I would be, in favor of maybe trying an express service and see what kind of interest we get from the citizens, and if they're really using it, and we see the need to expand it more, then maybe in the next budget year or something, maybe increase it incrementally till we get to where we want to get. Is that something that's feasible?
And the county and the city will still partner, it's just everybody.
I mean, again, it hasn't gone to city council yet. I know though, you met with our Mayor Pro Tem, and I know there's interest in it too, because of that. And so, again, how it flows through our budget process, again, we're on a little bit different, we're on the same cycle, but ours runs a little bit late. We pretty well have our budget submitted to our budget office by the end of January.
I think the conversation.
And so, now they're considering that extra things like that.
I think the conversation was had that people that want to come to, Secretary State, people that want to go to the mall, people want to go to the hospital, people that want to go to Fort Bragg. And now Amazon, they're trying to make it so people want to get a job there. So that's why I believe it's going to be, a move forward, because everybody that we've been to any of these meetings, their concern is the best efficient way that we can move people, because during COVID, they couldn't get anywhere. And this way, they'll have transportation, and it's very, not that expensive for the town, because we don't have to buy a bus. And all the proposals we got before, we were buying buses, which meant that's $250.
A little over 500,000.
Yeah, and also the connectivity to the community colleges or universities too for people. That was especially with the partnerships now that we're doing with FTCC.
Yeah, that was a big concern.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
You just stepped out the room. So based on what, I'm listening to everyone saying, Commissioner Marley, what do we need to do to begin to execute and move forward toward a plan, providing that funding is available to move forward? I mean, we've talked about it now, let's see what we're gonna do about it. I know what I'm saying, no, that's what I'm saying. We're saying, that's what we need to do to move forward.
I need to make a motion.
So my question is, obviously you have the transit center in the city.
Right.
And there's a want and a need to come out here. How do you do like a trial to determine if it's sustainable or people even use it?
Again, I think it needs to get in a year. Sure. Because you want to, if you plan it the west side, people are going to be afraid it's going to get cut off, and so they won't commit to it. Normally I like to do 2 years, on a pilot, just because it takes a while for people to change habits but I do know if you do it much shorter, if you do something shorter than a year, people sort of stand off and don't commit to it because they're afraid they're going to use it.
Right. So they're used to using it and then it's gone.
Yeah, and that's.
And if something like this were, like our budget you're running, say July 1, would it be possible that this could start?
Again, on the express bus, it's gonna be difficult to start July 1 just because we're still so short on drivers.
Okay.
We're working hard with that. So usually, of course, our difficulty with the city federal budget is, you know, we really don't know what's gonna happen until it's approved sometime in June. And then by the time we take what actions to do, some things to do. So we're usually looking at October, November before starting. Let's get funded in this year. If we got to go ahead from everybody, you know, say in April, then we can start working. But, you know, because of the way budgets work, we usually don't get the final approval until June, and then we start doing this.
I guess I have another question. That is, do we need to ask the town manager to get with Drew to come up with a plan of how we move forward with it so we can make a decision? Would that be?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move forward with the transit plan with a shared cost, possible shared cost between the city of Fayetteville and Montgomery County.
I second that.
So it'd be like everything we're doing, but it would come to you with the other
Okay.
items that you have to make.
Do we have a timeline?
Like all budgeting.
But we'll just be including our July 1 budget. So that would mean that we would know in June, if it was gonna go, and then that way, that's what I was trying to say is, if we approve this, we don't wanna have a year's wait before the buses show up.
I understand, but again, just the time of
The budget.
prepping for it, getting bus stop signs and other stuff put up and promoting it, usually it's very hard for us to get our new stuff we normally.
I think the contacts that we have now between the city and the county, and that's, that what we can do is we can work on those partnerships now, because we do have a strong partnership with what some other things we're doing, so I think that would be a good thing. So we have a motion.
With a letter of intent, do we need to do a letter of
So,
intent?
yeah, so if you do some kind of conveyance to the transit that, we definitely have a strong interest, but we would need to know what the other.
We're gonna start this budget year, but not this current year, but the budget year coming up, like the mayor said, we don't want it approved and then have to wait a whole nother year to start it.
Because if the other partners say, no, we're not interested, that kind of.
So got a motion on the floor, we have a second, got a motion and a second.
What is that motion?
The motion is that we, move forward with the express, and if there's shared costs, if there's any shared costs that we can acquire for the circulator, but the express for sure, because I think that's something that for this amount of money, even if it's close to this, we've never had the dollars this low, and we've had this presented several times.
And that is unusual.
Yeah. Alright. Alright, so any other discussion? All those in favor, signify by raising your right hand. Seeing none opposed, that all? Drew, we got a bus.
Okay.
We need to ride home, Drew?
We're gonna look at express and then find out if there's any money for circulating, but express for sure.
Then we'll work on the routes. Motion to adjourn.
Alright, we are now to the end of our budget retreat. Do we have anything else that we need to bring forth, Scott, Jane, Drew?
So most of the staff is gone, but, a couple things that I was gonna bring up with them was, code enforcement, issues with people not doing cleanup. A lot of our mowing actions we do against citizens that don't comply, we just eat those costs. So you lean on them, they don't pay. Most of the staff is urging me to look at collection agencies. They talked about this previously. It's all different having a lien on your property that you never sell your house, so you don't get the money until you sell. Collection agencies, they get a percentage. But say you have a $400 expense in your yard. Collection agency might get $380, $350, they take 10, 12%, whatever they take. So we get a portion back. But if the people don't pay, it hurts their credit. People are more apt to respond when it hits them financially than us going to the district court just something to think about if you have an indication, that's what staff is recommending.
We need a collections agency since I worked with the town.
I agree.
And that's been years, because even if we collect, there used to be a book at the front of, violations that, code enforcement, whether it was that big, the people that owe this town money. And I think it's a good idea, I would like for the board to encourage you to move forward with that, and get that established, because if we get a quarter of that bill, that's more money than we're getting now.
Do we need, have a vote, do we need to have a consensus on that?
We need the motion, have you proceed bringing that information back?
Or you just come out with a
So,
plan?
we're gonna have to do an RFP or RFQ to find which
Okay.
agency is gonna do that.
Okay.
And we'll just initiate starting that, bring it to you for adoption.
And what may happen with that is, as soon as you have that collection agency doing some things, it might mean when you give somebody, and they'll pay it. In other words, instead of having to have the collection agency after them, they'll pay it. And I think that's what's happening now, is people don't think you mean business, so they just.
I can tell you from experience, being the president for the HOA in South Miami, I put a lien on people's property. I mean, I really do. And they pay. The moment we give them the warning, the second one, we have a hearing, and the moment we have the hearing, we walk out there, I guarantee you, it's paid. It really is. And the ones that don't pay, oh, trust me, you don't have to pay today.
So for us to do a lien though, someone has to go to the clerk's office,
Right.
file it, and
It
it's
costs
not,
money.
it's like $70. It costs us more than that to do all the work.
No, I agree.
Yeah, if the lien runs out, they don't pay it, it's still cheap.
Like the collection agency.
I have a question that's logistical towards it. How would that work for renters? Would it go lien or, go against the?
It goes against the property owner, so
They would
that's
have to.
between the renter and the property owner. Generally, the property owner is probably gonna say, hey, you have this credit issue. They have means to get it from the renter.
Yes.
It's a civil matter, we don't get into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we could lose a lot of funds that way.
It comes off the sales price, so we don't get our money unless the property
Sale, yeah.
But by going to a collection agency, it's like we kind of just turn it over to them.
Well, you get a percentage of it.
Yeah.
And
So that's what y'all recommend, right? All right, we good to go then, right? You said okay, right?
Yeah, that's good. Anything else?
I just want to thank Drew because it's taking a lot of work to get the CIP and Jamie.
I get back to my regular job Monday.
Yeah, well, I like to make a presentation to you then.
Is it still available? Is your record job still available?
Finance director. Instead of,
And I was gonna say that for the agenda, that those items that have been approved can go on the consent agenda.
Yeah.
Because I think that way,
We fly through.
that way they're there, they're done, and then we hold you accountable.
if, Jan's got the official notes here, Jane, if you wanna write them up, and then I guess me or Scott can just look at them, make sure they're covered.
So that way we can, and I think that way these things can move quick, because things that we approved last year during the budget, it seemed like some of those things waited until the budget was done. And I think these were all items that were approved today that are just items that can go.
Right, well, some of them will have to wait for the budget, like the, whatever we do for the bus.
Yeah, the signing contract.
Well, he understood that, but I mean, the house, the
Right.
church, I went ahead and contacted.
Those aren't involved in budget.
No, I went ahead and contacted, well, they were, if you're gonna buy the stuff.
If you had to move forward with it, yeah, but getting rid of it.
And I contacted Mr. Graham today already about the sidewalk, so I sent a copy to Scott, Jane, and to the board, so that's already been.
I've already notified the architect for the public safety building to go ahead and schedule the survey for that parking lot.
Good.
Because he's already booked about 6 weeks out. So get that
This
started.
is not the, take care of this. The Marco mentioned about price locking on some of this playground stuff. Are we gonna do that? Are we
What?
gonna?
Yes.
Talking about ordering it through.
Like, doing POs now, he mentioned about going and doing POs.
He's gonna do that, and I think if we identify what the sewer needs are, because we have talked about ARP money, I was gonna wait till, the COG came to meet with you about that.
There could be some changes.
That is an allowable direct expense. If you feel comfortable that we know we're doing the project with the splash pad and the playground, we probably should tell, the contractor, hey, start looking at upgrading that line. So that's gonna delay it.
What I was gonna say,
We
that
know we
is,
can use ARP for sewer.
well, I think that's where we are. Those projects need to go.
The project, but not the sewer line.
Oh.
The sewer line might be additional.
Well, if it's approved, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
if it's approved with ARP money, let's go ahead and do it, because I never gonna do the project,
The ARP money hasn't been designated other than we've gotten.
Right, but we know we can use it for water.
But we can't take the money out of the general funding and put that money back when we get ARP money.
And the money, the other,
I've already got some of the ARP funds.
I was gonna say, the original
I have
money we
written all
got,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
The original money we got half of it, we're gonna get the other half.
We got half of it now.
Okay, but now that was the first pocket, then we got the second pocket.
I don't know
In
when.
July.
But that's what I'm saying, why can't we take that first pocket to pay for this?
You can. I just wanna make sure you're comfortable with
I'll be bringing y'all budget amendment soon for that.
Because the question would be, what do we need to do to take advantage of some of these cost savings? I mean, pretty much, yeah, to move
So
forward.
as soon as he gives the notice to proceed, he's gonna order that.
Okay.
But they need to still identify exactly which products it was.
And one other thing, on Rick's, presentation, if he sent it to us advance, we can ask and answer questions, all he's got to do is just shoot.
Right.
We got to do
And
is.
what I'll do, he sent me his, presentation
Mm-hmm,
at like 6 o'clock this morning.
right.
So he said, hey, Drew, make copies of these. I can't do it, I'm coming straight here. So anyways, I'll just forward that email to you
Right,
probably
and
on
that way we in, we'll have a discussion on it.
Right, the other thing, let y'all know, the state budget funds,
Uh-huh.
I've gotten 3 distributions. It's a partial distribution for Woodland Hills, East Patterson Street, that Bankhead, and one other one. They sent me like a third of each of those funds. That's all I've received so far.
Mhm.
I haven't even heard from whichever, it's coming through different departments in the state. I haven't even heard from which department is doing the stormwater yet. I've had 0.
But I think they contacted, Beth.
They had.
She said she had heard from somebody from Stormwater.
Well, we got the forms to report on
No,
them.
I actually have that answer for that. I was getting contacted by the Parks and Rec, the money for the 840 for the splash pad and the, inclusive playground. I thought this was my contact for all the funds.
It's not.
And so I sent that, Don, and Marco these templates of project sheets to fill out. So they filled them all out. I sent them to that guy, and he's like, "What's this other stuff? I only need the Parks and Rec one." And I
But they
said,
still have to do them for the other.
"Aren't you doing all these?" He says, "Those are other agencies. I'm only doing the 840. I only need this one." And I said, "Well, who's my contact? I haven't gotten a contact from the other ones." He said he tried to find out who that is for me.
And we do have 4 applicants for the project manager position, so we're probably going to get some interviews on
We're
that.
about through now, aren't we?
What?
Just started.
There's more, yeah.
I guess.
And are we gonna do that position like we've done some other positions, and that is leave it open
Till we.
to fill the position instead of closing it? Because I think we were more successful leaving it open, because somebody else might, yeah.
They put it on some other alternate advertising, lead and monster or something.
And one other thing, I was just sitting there thinking as we went through things there, we talked about a lot of projects. Projects that's been funded, projects that's been closed, that maybe a project, projection, tracking sheet.
I'm working on that.
Okay, good, yeah, that way we can know part of his manager's report, so that we can track it. Okay, there we go.
We're working on that.
I appreciate it, that'd be great, I'm telling you, that'd help
We're
us.
smiling like we're working on it, keep going.
But I want to have it ready for today.
We have a template.
But anyways, I don't have it ready, so it's.
When see you on my old.
When you see it, you'll know.
Now, today was just big picture stuff, it wasn't the police car needs,
Right.
the departmental needs, the equipment needs that are not.
Right.
There's CIP knows that, isn't it?
Right, I know CIP has it in there, but I'm gonna talk about those major.
You're talking about the stuff that's already started.
Right.
Yeah.
But Don didn't get into the knuckle boom truck.
I don't even know about those.
Well, and I was gonna share with you, because the county commissioners will have their regular commissioners meeting, but we met with them yesterday, me and Mr. Howe, about the YMCA partnership, and it was unanimous vote to support the partnership. And from that, that gives you now can move forward the school system. The board member, Greg West, is working with Rick Hatton, the YMCA, and the county, by the county approved it, then they're assuming, they're pretty sure school's gonna approve it. But the other thing I was gonna tell you is, in that gave that signal, go ahead, so if when you go by Fit for Life down there, you're gonna see the beginnings. And they say it could possibly open the fall of 2023.
Nice.
So we're hoping that it'll move forward.
Big year.
Yeah.
The school's probably the biggest need with the swim.
Yeah, swim teams, and then they're gonna have an aspect of it for childcare, and that was a big selling point too, because of, parents that, have to go to work and don't have childcare. Well, they have a piece of that for childcare too, so I think that they were very favorable yesterday, so that's why. And then we also, our partnership that we're doing with the Hope Project with Velvet Tech, Dr. Sorrells presented yesterday, and he also thanked Hope Mills for being a partner with them, and said that that we had our first class, and that was starting Monday night at Southern High School, and then the summer skates will start with the middle school, and that's for middle school age kid in the trades, and then this internship that we're going to have the request for the lady to come and make a presentation. That internship program will be within the town for this summer. So what we're, that partnership is getting, it's a neat thing, because we're part of something that is attracting attention across the state, but it's also something that the county's gonna support too.
You do that, you touch every age group. You got middle school, I think the intern, I think is 16 to 18, and then the classes that are offered at Southfield, of course, that's for adult, like young adults 18 on up.
So it's, I think it's a lot of good stuff happening, positive things. All right, so if there's not anything else,
Make a motion.
we will adjourn.
Thank you.